what's up? Hello. Hi. How are we doing? Hello, hello, hello. I know that this is very unexpected. I did not announce that I was doing it today. This is not a normal day for me to be doing it. But needed to catch up because I want to do episode 6 on Wednesday and missed last Wednesday. So trying to catch up a little bit. And with that, if you've seen previous Analyzing Umbra, which, by the way, hello, I'm Mega. This is Analyzing Umbra, where we talk about Age of Umbra. I just realized if you're clicking on this video, you don't know what this is all about. I'm just spouting shit off that doesn't make any sense. So, what's up? Hello. Yeah, we're going to talk about Age of Umbra episode 5, which happened a while ago. I got all kerfluffled and all out of sorts with the July 4th, and Paige was gone, and whole bunch of shit. So a lot of stuff got delayed. And even with that, if you have seen previous Analyzing Umbras, you might know that I do kind of a presentation of sorts. And I did not do that today because it takes a while. Anything I have to do off stream is so much harder than being on stream. No matter what it is. So not going to have some of the things we normally have for an Age of Umbra stream, but I still wanted to go live and talk about it. Make sure we don't get too not too far away. I guess further away than we already are. And let me pull some things up, and we're gonna get going with it. I think really if for just like broad strokes stuff that happened, plot relevant things, not a whole lot. Like, this is maybe one of the most skippable episodes, just in terms of like, really all that happened is they walked forward some more. Like, I could go into some minutia, like Adelia's arm is now permanently black, and because she touched like a cursed object, they met and fought August's mother, or mother, not, I guess, August's mother. Like, there are definitely things that happened. But in terms of, like, stuff you need to know for episode 6, not a whole lot. They got closer. They progressed further. They're in Amber Reach now. That's kind of all that happened. So, with that, I will go over some of the things that stood out to me. So we have this here. Like I said, no presentation this time, but we do have all of these notes and such. Having seen this episode 2 weeks ago, I'd agree that not much happened story-wise, or at least that I remember very little of it. Well, and I think that's like, oh shit. That's over there. All right, we're gonna switch that. Yeah, I think that's like kind of part of my sort of opinion of the episode, or at least that's part of it, is that it was kind of pretty unmemorable, and that's not a bad thing. Like, I don't want to necessarily levy that as a critique. Like, there are inevitably going to be slower points in terms of like story things and plot happening. Like, this is a road story. At this point, they're going to the Barrow of Blind Repose and then theoretically going back, or maybe they won't, I don't know. And with that, a lot of like a road story, that kind of like journey type theme is about how the characters change. And so we did see a lot of character work. Like, it's kind of about how the road changes them. And how they're kind of different on the other side of it than they were going in. And we saw a bit of that this episode, but nothing really like, I would say, monumental in terms of any sort of character changes. But that happens sometimes. So now we will go into some of my notes, and there is one that I'm going to save for the end. These are kind of in no particular order. And I mentioned it in the Discord, but I'll mention it again if you want to sort of play along with the Discord. One of these chapters, who knows which one, is I wrote this about watching Age of Umbra episode 5 right now. And having one of my first truly and fully negative opinions of Daggerheart. I've rant typed nearly 4,000 words. Oh wait, I need to hide chat. There we go. Rant typed nearly 4,000 words, and it's something that I think the vast majority of folks probably didn't even notice and may not even care if they did. And I said, can you guess it? So I'll put that out to the stream as well and to the VOD. Can you guess? Now you have a little bit more information. Which one of these topics is a topic that I have a truly negative opinion of, like Daggerheart as a system on? And the reason that I said that I don't know if anyone would have even noticed, and even if they did, I don't know if they would care, is because it is something that, in my opinion, kind of undercuts fear, like the fear system. And I definitely realized this session how much I freaking love the fear system, like in every way. So I think to start, we're going to start with the exploration environment. I think maybe we'll just go top to bottom. Or maybe I'll jump around. I don't know. We'll see. But the exploration environment, this was towards the end of the episode. Oh, nope. That is a restaurant in Chicago I was looking at potentially going to. Thankfully, it's not near my home. Or is it? Who knows? But let's see. Let me pull up the Age of Umbra episode so that I can kind of show people, remind them, because I know that, again, I know it's been a while. And if I was doing the whole presentation, I would have embedded a clip, but I did not. So this is 2:53:38. Just to, again, remind people where that kind of is. This is the first. It's potentially not the actual first environmental stat block that we've gotten. There's like we talked about it, I think, in episodes 3 or 4, that the Raging River seemed to be an environmental stat block, and I've theorized that maybe some of the other combats have had environmental stat blocks. But this is the first one that was an environmental exploration stat block. And it eventually led to a physical map to interact with that. And I thought that this was a really good representation of some of the strengths of Daggerheart. The like free form nature of environments and the like what is a combat versus what is an exploration, what is a social encounter, right? This setup that Matt had, it was towards the very end. It's when they have to like get across an environment, a map, And they can either just make it across, they can defeat the ghosts, or they can like learn about the ghosts and about the apostasy riots. And if they learn enough, then they will be able to overcome the ghosts, and that'll be it. So there's kind of 3 separate ways to tackle this encounter. And not only do we see them, to a degree at least, tackle it in a non-violent way, what we really see is them doing kind of all 3 at the same time. They are concerned about like their movement and like potentially positioning themselves, further and further across. Idle is fighting all of the ghosts, and Brixton, I believe, is going back and forth between fighting the ghosts and searching for clues. Misty is just searching for clues. Screeve is just focused on like violence. And while I found this particular, maybe we would call it instantiation of this sort of encounter, we might call it. Even though I found this particular encounter not wildly compelling, at least to me, I saw a ton of really interesting kind of components to it. And I said it right here, 3:12:41. It's a little confusing, I thought. Like, it was Matt going through and explaining kind of the options and optionality within that encounter. And I was like, okay, like, because they were getting confused and it was a little confusing the way he was explaining it. But it was confusing in a way that, like, I think a lot of the confusion was rooted in the fact that this process of having these, like, different mechanical solutions that are running in parallel to each other, I think this is relatively rare, at least if you're coming from a D&D perspective. We are in Critical Eyes right now. We are in Keyleth's Water Aramente, and the quest giver just delivered that, like, oh yeah, you're not gonna, like, you don't fight the Kraken, you just need to get these things, get these, I don't remember what they're called, not Welkin stones, some sort of stones, the Kraken shit. But even that encounter, that is like very different, but also still only has one solution, right? It's just the alternative, or not even the alternative. It is just the non-violent route. And he has to, like, really explain it to them, because otherwise they would just assume that they need to kill the Kraken. Like, that is just like an inbuilt assumption within D&D. And so this idea of not only non-violent solutions, but running non-violent solutions that will totally solve the combat, or the encounter, I should say, in parallel to equally valid violent solutions and, like, knowledge investigation solutions, like, it is kind of weird. But I think it was a really good example of, again, the advantage of Daggerheart's fluidity. Of there is not this, like, hard line separation between the combat minigame and social encounters and, exploration montages. There aren't these, like, really distinct zones. All of them meld together and use the same systems. And I think that this was a very neat example of that, even if I wasn't totally taken with the with the specifics of the encounter, So I found it very, very interesting, very fun. The ghost combat, I fell asleep during it and didn't finish. Oops. Like, honestly, you're not missing that much. Like, I'll be totally real. Wait, what? Why? Oh, hello. That was weird. I did like the message before it. Anyways, yeah, I don't think you're missing too much from not having seen it. I thought it was a cool display of Daggerheart's fluidity, but beyond that, not too much not too necessary. Check out this video later. Got a massive headache. Oh, get better, John. I hope your headache goes away, or just in general feel better soon. Yeah, and I also know that like I did not announce this. I didn't say I was going to do this today, and then I just sort of went live. So I fully expect not as many people to join. Yeah. I do remember the encounter feeling like they had a lot of agency as to how they wanted to deal with it. Yeah. And I thought what really stuck out to me is that the players were actively sort of pursuing the various options in parallel. Like, they weren't saying, oh, you go, or like, we're going to commit to the violent path, or we're going to commit to the exploration path. And I found that especially interesting because saying something like D&D, if you had these multiple paths, but you had the initiative system, right? It would make a lot of sense for people that are more combat oriented to go and do combat, while people that are more investigation oriented go and investigate, right? Because everyone has to act every round. Everyone gets a turn every round, and you want to use it. Daggerheart is not the same, right? It is a system in which like every action is giving the GM a certain amount of resources, a certain amount of like actions, etc. So if you're pursuing two different solutions, you're kind of doing them if you only need one of them to win, it feels more natural to me that you would focus on one, right? It would like you would focus on one and spend all of your actions trying to do that one. But I think that is like the hypothetical, theoretical imagination of it, right? There's simultaneously to that, I think there's more of like what you might call like the boots on the ground reality, in that sort of commitment is kind of rarely done. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not going to, how do I say it exactly? Even if they did all decide as a group, hey, we're going to focus on this one method of solving it, if that method turns out to be like, ooh, maybe a little bit harder than they thought, they can still like very naturally shift focus. Or they can say, oh, one person go over and maybe try that and like see if that's easier or if you make more progress over there. And so even in a scenario where they like have a plan, we're going to tackle it via one of the methods, there is still this like lovely aspect in Daggerheart of either someone like seeing a golden opportunity. I was looking at some GM moves for some of this. Like I was looking at the rules, and one of the rules on or one of the guidances on when to make a GM move is when the players give you a golden opportunity. And I kind of saw that playing out in this encounter. Like, there's a moment where Idol goes and kills a bunch of them with like one attack because they're grouped up in like the right way, and he has like an AoE attack. And he kills a bunch of them all at once. And that felt very golden opportunity to me. And so it kind of made me realize that even in a scenario where you present them with multiple solutions, and it would theoretically make the most sense to commit to one of those and spend all your actions there, there is still the golden opportunity aspect of Daggerheart, where it's like, oh man, like things are lining up just perfectly. Or as part of the action there, we got a hint towards something over here that I can easily go and do. So I was very impressed by it. I thought it was very cool. And it reminded me of something that I have been trying to do more and more with my plots, but it reminded me more of that on a mechanical level. And I'll bring up World Anvil to show y'all. Also, your no Umbra stream showed up right before this in my notifications, which I found funny because here you are. Oh. Yeah, that is, you know what? I did unlist that like right before this, huh? Yeah, I did do that. That was probably a mistake now that I think about it, huh? Well, no, taking it back now. Oh, also, I took notes in Obsidian because World Anvil has been having some issues. It's like not been saving my notes. And so I didn't want to lose any of these, so I took them in Obsidian because it flashed me like an error earlier in the day about like, hey, your notes may not be saved. And I was like, So I copied them all over to Obsidian because I know Obsidian's going to save them. I love World Anvil. I love it a lot. But also, it's not loading. Am I dropping frames, or is this on World Anvil's end? No, I'm not dropping frames. Is YouTube okay? Let me go and check. I think YouTube is okay. I think this is purely on World Anvil's end. It is. Oh, how interesting. Yeah, I can't even load worldanvil.com right now. Uh-oh. That's not good. Well, I'll be looking into that off stream. But separate from that, that's a problem for both this and CR. Yeah, a bit. And I mean, that's like the thing with third-party softwares is they're great because you don't have to do all of like the maintenance to them, but also you're kind of in their hands. Because like I have not been upkeeping the Obsidian notes vault. I've been doing it all in World Anvil. Well, we'll see. Anyways, the example I was going to give is in the World Anvil articles, they have a plot article type, like it's a template. And one of the questions that they ask you about, or like one of the prompts that you can fill in about your plot, is what is the tone and what are the themes of this plot or even of this individual scene. And I've been trying to think about that a lot with my scenes in D&D recently, is not only what is going to happen during this scene, what are the things I need to accomplish, in this scene, but what do I want this scene to convey at like a tonal level? Do I want it to be, or a thematic level? Do I want them to be, do I want this scene to remind the players how deadly the world is? Do I want it to evoke a sense of fear or dread? Do I want it to evoke a sense of hope and optimism? These things are not necessarily the same as what the scene is meant to accomplish, in terms of like plot beats. So I've been thinking about that a lot in terms of my plots. And watching this encounter with the ghosts and like the kind of lore reveals and lore discussion of the apostasy and of the apostasy riots, I was like, oh man, like that sort of question or that sort of thought process of like the themes and the tone and like those parts of it could easily be baked in to an environmental stat block. Like, the more I look at the environmental stat blocks, and now that we've actually seen one directly and like from, Matt's mouth, now that we've actually seen it be used, I'm kind of like, man, they could accomplish a lot. And they could accomplish a lot in these really, really good areas that I think DMs might neglect sometimes. Like, even looking at the environments, there's this abandoned grove, right? And we have something very much akin to experiences, like experiences that adversaries or allies can have, but with this impulses, which are basically themes. Like, these impulses are basically themes or tones of like draw in the curious, echo the past. And then we have, these passive features and these actions, sure. But I was really thinking a lot about how even these aspects of it are kind of doing the same thing that the World Anvil prompt is doing with plot, where they are kind of reminding you of not only what does this environment do, but what is it meant to feel like? What is it meant to communicate? And I thought that was very cool and interesting and might have some really positive effects on the like setting and also like the things that happen in the setting that your players are running in. So honestly, kind of regardless of if I'm running in Daggerheart, I might start making Daggerheart-like environmental stat blocks. And I mean, this doesn't even get into how modular that sort of thing can be, and the like huge benefits in terms of modularity. But I thought that was really cool, and I'm gonna be thinking about it a lot more. Next one, Screeve is awesome. Screeve's an awesome example of what I've called the button pusher before. The button pusher is often, in terms of like 5-man band archetypes, the button pusher is often the strong guy, but not necessarily. So in Vox Machina, I've talked about Grog often being the button pusher. They are inclined towards action, right? Action over analysis. And they're often analysis paralysis sort of breakers. And I saw that right after, I didn't time code it, but there's a conversation that Misty and Adelia are having during the long rest that is pretty depressing. It's cool, like it's good character work, but this is a depressing ass setting. And they had a depressing ass conversation. And right afterwards, there's kind of this kind of awkward silence that was cool. Like, it was cool acting and fiction, but it was like an awkward silence that needed to be broken by somebody. It couldn't be broken by a camera. If we take it into the realm of like TV and film, it couldn't be broken by like a camera switch to another scene. Someone in the scene, whether that's a GM or another player, had to break it. And often that the button pusher archetype is really, really good at that. And I think Screeve's a good example of someone that is very different from Grog. Probably not someone we would typically think of as the strong guy. But he's really good at doing this. Like, he has this weird detachment from sort of the reality around him. And so him, directly after that depressing conversation, being like, so, what are we doing today, family? Is a really nice way to use Screeve's weirdness to allow for those really serious conversations and let the other players know, like, yeah, you can do awkward conversations. you can do conversations that might have kind of a weird ending that might be hard to recover from, because old Screeve is here. I, as Screeve, are your escape hatch from any weird conversation. I'll come in, I'll say something kooky, and, people can bounce off of that, and that's great. And that's like really built into the fabric of Screeve. And I said right here, it's not that they can't be serious. It's just hard to get them down, and they're very action-oriented, right? They can talk, but they often express their emotions as action or the desire for action. And I said here, when Screeve pipes up and acts completely detached from the sadness just expressed, it feels right within his character, while also pushing the party and the story forward, which was really cool. Like, it's a very useful type of archetype to have within the party. Like, this is me somewhat complimenting the style of, or Liam's play, but it's more me complimenting his character design choice. I think he designed Screeve in such a way to allow Screeve to do this while not feeling out of character or weird or strange. I mean, it does feel weird, but in the way that all of Screeve feels weird, in a very fun way. And so I really like that, especially pointing out that I think that Grog and Screeve are actually very similar archetypes in terms of the dynamic that they have with the rest of the party, like the place that they exist in within the party dynamic. I think they're really similar, but obviously they're very different characters. So I thought that was a very interesting to sort of see across this. I also think Liam has come into this wanting Screeve to not survive, so he's happy to push all the buttons at all opportunities. Very, very possible. I mean, we got the direct quote from, oh, I want to die, but not quite yet. Yeah, I mean, especially if you're going to come in on episode 4 of an 8-part series. Yeah, I think Screeve is kind of meant to go out in a blaze of glory. Yeah. It's a really great character for a limited series. Yeah, positively. I'm not sure how well he'd do in a long run game. I'm happy to see this side of Liam. I am happy to see it too. Yeah, and I mean, there are certainly downsides to what Screeve is for a longer running game. I won't say that I would want to play with Screeve for a campaign, but I agree. For a limited series, I think he's a really nice design. Okay. This is a little bit longer, and it was a thought that I had right around 156. So let me pull that up. Because I mentioned, I can't remember which stream it was in. I can't remember if it was in a Daggerheart stream or a Critical Role stream. But I talked quite a bit at one point about the differences in how Blades in the Dark handles the passage of time compared to D&D, and how Daggerheart kind of cuts a line between that, where Daggerheart does not necessarily peg resource gain or resource regeneration to time passing. It pegs it to essentially accomplishment, right? It says, okay, you have to do a score before you're allowed to do downtime. You cannot do 2 downtimes in a row without a score in between them. You have to. Now, you can do a really easy score, but you have to do a score. Whereas D&D, very classic problem of players could theoretically do as many long rests as they want. There's nothing to stop them from sleeping all day. There's no mechanical downside to that. The only quote-unquote downside would be the passage of time. And the only way to make that a negative mechanically without any GM fiat is rations. And rations are famously ignored. And even if you don't ignore them, they are famously wibbly wobbly. They are based on gold, which the economy in D&D is not like a super tightly controlled, like really like robustly implemented system. Gold is kind of allotted William Nillium. And even beyond that, you have a spell like Goodberry. Goodberry allows you to completely ignore rations. So beyond the GM implementing a reason that, you can't just while away the time forever, there's no reason really that you can't. Or there's very, very few reasons in D&D. Daggerheart kind of cuts a line between that by giving you limited things that you can do during a rest, a short or long. It has these downtime actions. So resting as a fundamental concept is more restrained. It's I would say, frankly, a more detailed system. And I would frankly say more robust. But it still has this kind of permanent caveat of why can't you just long rest multiple times in a row? Now, I will say, Daggerheart has a reason. Like, it has a thing that kind of pulls you back from doing that, which is that the GM gains fear every time you long rest. So you want to, because of that, you want to make sure that, the long rest is worth it, right? You don't want to be over healing or over stress regenning, because there is a static, explicit sort of quote unquote downside to doing it, which is that the GM is gaining all this fear. But there's still not necessarily, like, unless the GM then uses that fear to do something, you're back in the same problem where there's no reason that you can't just long rest over and over and over, right? There's no reason. The GM has to do something with that fear, which is better than like the GM fiat of D&D, where the GM just has to think of something. It's better because the fear gives you a lot more structure with what to do and how to do it. But at the end of the day, the GM still has to come up with something. It was fun watching the caster as the amount of fear that 7 players gives a GM. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'll talk later about how much I love fear. Every time I keep seeing new facets of it, and I keep loving it more and more. I love fear. So it still has that core problem. And I think this problem kind of reared up a bit. Like, I think it's maybe a bit of a debate as to whether or not you would even call it a problem. But at 156.17, I feel like I kind of saw it rear up in a problematic way, but in a way that I think is solvable within the context of Daggerheart, in a way that it is not nearly as solvable in D&D. So let me show you. So it's right here. It's where Taliesin says, "What's the time of day?"
What's the time of day?
What's the time of day?
You're like starting to take stress.
Most of this troop, in fact, probably all of you for the most part, haven't slept in a day and a half.
Well, that's
Oh my
we've
God,
only
we've
been
got to
taking
take a
short
long
rests.
rest. Yeah, got to take a long rest.
So you can just take a short rest if you want to, but you'll start taking stress as a group.
You'll start taking stress as a group. So he is implementing essentially like a static like downside to them not taking these long rests, even though the amount of short rests that you can take between long rests is limited. So like you can take 3 short rests between long rests. So you can take 3 short rests. And then after that third short rest, there's no way to regain resources. There's no way to regain health or stress except for like consumables. There's no, we might say free, quote unquote, way to regain those things without long resting. But I think that Matt's mindset is very understandable. I think it's kind of a D&D rooted mindset, which is that we need to track time, because tracking time is the only way that you can make like long rests and like the timing between them matter in D&D. You have to track the time so you can track external events that progress between these long rests. And I think that's a very reasonable mindset in D&D, because D&D is a system that, despite not having really much mechanical support for it, is a system that is very concerned with the passage of time. Like even downtime, the way that downtime is implemented in D&D is entirely focused on how much time is passing. It is saying you can do X, Y, and Z things per week or per month or per day. It's a system that, and even the initiative system in D&D, like we can really, I would say explicitly say that D&D is kind of a system that is a little obsessed with time. And I go in here on this. Where is it? Is it in free actions, I believe? Yes. Yeah. So, oh wait, no, this is pegging time to short rest. Where is it? Free actions. This is, okay. This is where you can see what my notes look like when I'm off stream and I'm just like ranting to myself. But this brings in another thing about free actions. And I honestly won't go too far into this, maybe until later. But the real thing that I kind of realized is in D&D, we are so used to the fact that there is like this weird stacked resource expenditure. In 5th edition, you regain resources every single turn of combat. And I think that might be a weird thing to think about, but especially like compare it to Daggerheart. Like compare it to Daggerheart in your head. You regain your time resources. If you have played Baldur's Gate 3, they literally put like the little action dot, like that little green action dot in Baldur's Gate 3 on the same row that if you're a spellcaster, you can see all of your spell slot charges. You can see all of your, if you're a barbarian, you see your rage charges on that same row as action and bonus actions. They are resources in the exact same way that spell slots are resources, which is weird to think about, but they are. They're just time resources. And every turn you regenerate them. But it's very strange in 5th edition because the way that D&D is set up is you have to spend a time resource to either do something basic, like a cantrip or an attack, or you have to use your time resource to expend a different resource. Again, abstract it a little. Think about how weird that is. That would be like, in Daggerheart, you having to expend hope in order to expend stress in order to have an effect. That's weird. That's kind of weird. It's kind of strange. And I think the reason that it kind of can hide in plain sight like this is because it models things that we're more used to. And I go into it more in here about like real-time strategy games versus turn-based games. But to just like give a really quick example, like if you've ever played, say, a 4X game, like Civ Meier's Civilization 5 or Crusader Kings 2, right? These like big, grand strategy 4X games, any Paradox game, Hearts of Iron, any of that. Think about what you can do on your turn in like a turn-based game. I mean, actually, honestly, Stellaris and like basically any Paradox game isn't a good example. So think of something like Civilization 5, where you have like discrete turns and you have to like end your turn and then it goes to the next turn. During your turn, you can do whatever you have the resources for. There are no like time resources. There are things that take a certain amount of turns to go off or to accomplish, but there are no like static regenerating actions in the same way, right? You can do as much in your turn as you possibly could want, as long as you have the money or the production, as long as you have these resources that are equivalent to spell slots. Even in a turn-based game like Sid Meier's Civilization, there is no equivalent to an action like we have in D&D. No equivalent. It's strange. It's strange. It was about to be like, Solaris, I can do so much while paused. Well, that's kind of what I'm saying, right? That's kind of what I'm saying. All of these games have no concept of this regenerating, like, time resource. The closest thing I could find was something like chess or Go. But in chess or Go, you have no secondary resources. You have no gold. You have no spell slot equivalent. You have no production. You have no cooldowns where you like start something and it takes a certain amount of turns to finish. In chess or these more classical board games, the only thing you have is your regenerating kind of action or time resource that you just trade back and forth every turn. It is so core to the game that we don't even think about it like as a resource or as like a thing you spend. That's the closest thing that I could find to it. I could not think of, this is true, like comment in the comments if you can think of another game like this that is not D&D or another TTRPG. I could not think of a video game or a board game outside the TTRPG realm where you have both these like kind of longer term resources that you can save up or you have to like, manage their expenditure like you have with spell slots. I don't know anything like that simultaneously has these time-based actions like chess or something like that. And you have to expend those time resources to activate the other resources. I could not think of another game. So let me know if you can think of one. But all of that got me thinking about like, oh man, like D&D is kind of obsessed with time and like the granular tracking of it in a very interesting way. And I've talked about it before, but like old D&D, like first edition, the amount of time that passed in real life used to pass in the game between sessions. That was how originally things like downtime were handled, is that the time between the sessions was time that passed in the fictional world. And so all of that is to say, Daggerheart isn't obsessed with time. Daggerheart abstracts time in many, many, many ways. It introduces Blades in the Dark-esque clocks. It has a much more like limited set of things you can do during downtime. It is very much encouraging of like skipping the boring parts, right? Cutting to the action, so to speak. It frequently refers to scenes like you're in TV or movies, right? Daggerheart is very concerned with skipping over the boring stuff, abstracting that time. And I think it could go one step further. Like, the more I thought about it, the more I thought about the difference between saying you need to take one long rest per day, which is essentially what Matt is saying in that little clip that we just watched, is people haven't rested in a day and a half. People asked Matt how long has passed. He says, like, a lot of these people haven't rested in a day and a half. You're going to start taking a consequence if you don't long rest. That is Matt saying, nope, that's not the right button. There we go. You need to take a long rest once per day or else. But there's a difference between that and saying, when you take a long rest, a new day begins. Don't even call it a day. Call it a new adventuring period. Why do we need to track days? Truly. Like, actually, like, sit down and think about it. Why do you need to track days? One of the main reasons that days are tracked in D&D is for downtime projects and things of that nature that take a certain amount of time to accomplish. But we don't need that. We have downtime actions. You can just say this takes a certain amount of downtime actions. You don't need to say it takes a certain amount of time. That's how the stamina potion formula is. Or recipe, I should say. So I thought about it. I was like, okay, could Matt do that right now in Age of Umbra? And he couldn't. But he couldn't for a very particular reason. The only reason that Matt could not say that is because he has given when the umbral winds will come back as a time period. He has said, you want to try to do this within, I think it was like 2 weeks or something like that. And he frequently references that back. He frequently will, later on in this session, we hear him describing the two paths, the branching paths that they could choose, one or the other. And one of them is faster, but more dangerous, or slower, but safer. Now, safer versus dangerous, you would want to go safer. But the downside, like the trade-off that is presented, is slower or faster. Time. So he's thinking about that, and the players are thinking about that. But I started thinking to myself. I said, well, do we need to have the umbral winds come back after a certain amount of time? And I went back and watched it, and the guy that talks about it, where did I say this? Where are the umbral winds? Right here. They need the branch to get back before the Umbra storm hits. And the person gave a pretty big range in his estimate about how long it would be before the umbral winds came back. Which, to my Blades in the Dark brain, perfect in-fiction excuse to turn that into a timer. Turn that into a consequence timer. And I said, take a D20. I mean, this is basically the campaign ending consequence timer. So I said, take a D20, start it at 20, call it the umbral wind timer. It will tick down on long rests or as a major consequence. Suddenly, you have now pegged the consequence to long rests, and you can just peg long rests to being needed for resource regaining. Because again, there's a limited amount of short rests you can take per long rest. So if they want to push through with limited resources, they absolutely can. But now you have made it like a risk-reward thing which I think models, adventuring while exhausted. You're low on resources. You're stressed out. You're low on HP, right? That is like a risk they could take to avoid ticking the timer, which in this case is quote unquote wasting time, right? It's progressing the time towards when the umbral wind will strike. So it accomplishes the goal of making long rests a thing that spends time. But it really focuses us in on like why spending time is bad. Because that's like the real thing we have to remember at the end of this is if the downside to long resting is spending time, we need to like really think about why is spending time bad? Well, it's only bad because it progresses us towards this consequence. Can we abstract that? And I think we absolutely can. I think we absolutely positively can. And I even said, you've abstracted all the time for this quest into easy mechanics, and the short rest limit should still keep them from needing to take LRs. If you wanted to get a little mean with it, you could even have it be that LRs guaranteed tick the clock, but short rests have a chance. So maybe it's like if you take a short rest, you have to roll a luck roll, and if you roll with hope, it doesn't tick the clock. And if you roll with fear, it does tick the clock. So now it's a debate within the party on should we take a short rest or should we take a long rest, one of which guarantees ticking the clock but gets us more guaranteed resources back, and one of which is a smaller amount of resources but only has a chance to tick the clock. Like you could easily do that. And all that is to say, I think thinking too much about the time in terms of hours and minutes is, frankly, antiquated and a bit unnecessary holdover from D&D type games. I understand where it comes from, and I do it in D&D. Like, D&D is so focused on time at like every level of play. And time being the consequence, time being the resource that you're paying to like long rest. It is, and to do so many things, frankly. D&D is so fundamentally focused on that I don't think you can abstract it in this way. Or I think it's really hard. It's a lot harder, we might say. You still can, like you can still turn things into clocks, and you can still like have long rest, tick those clocks, like you can do it, but it is not nearly as, it will feel much more like shoehorning in homebrew mechanics. The reason that I'm focusing on it in Daggerheart is because clocks are already a mechanic in Daggerheart. The clocks are already a mechanic to abstract things like time. In Daggerheart. that is an existing job that they have. The combat system, or we could even just say the encounter system, is abstracts time, right? We can imagine that everyone is doing things during a combat, but we're only focusing on like one or two people at a time. We're not focusing on like what everyone does every second of the combat. This is an inbuilt part of Daggerheart. So I think that this sort of abstraction will frankly feel natural, honestly, in Daggerheart in a way that it would never feel natural in D&D. So yeah. Especially because there are a lot of abilities that are per session or per scene. Exactly. And like you can even see that sort of thing in this abstraction of time. It's like those sorts of abilities don't make sense if you think about them too hard within like the context of like literally how much time has passed. They don't make much sense. Like, or it makes those abilities feel very chaotic on like when you can do them again. Because one session might cover, quote unquote, 5 hours of in-fiction time. A different section might cover 5 days of in-fiction time. And an ability that you can only use once per session. If you think about that too hard, that doesn't make any sense. So, like, even in that, Daggerheart is actively encouraging you to not think too hard about the time. It is actively telling you, hey, like, just don't worry about it. It doesn't matter that much, really. Like, these are more balanced and, like, better if they're, like, one per scene or one per session. Like, they're going to be more fun abilities. Just don't think about it too hard. And so that is like really like kind of at the core of like why I think this sort of thing would work in Daggerheart in a way that it never could in D&D. And again, I understand why Matt didn't think about it, why he's still thinking in D&D terms. Clearly, like they gave this quest about the Umbral winds like 2 or 3 sessions ago, and I didn't think about all this until right now. So it's I fully understand why he didn't either, especially when he has so much experience professionally DMing D&D, where this sort of thing, like tracking it by weeks, is necessary. So I even said here around 213, Matt is describing one of the ways is faster and one of them shorter, and I was saying that's hard to guarantee in any game, but I think it's easier if you directly tie the passage of time to long rests rather than pushing them towards a long rest per day. And I said, then you make the longer, quote unquote, of the 2 paths have more encounters and challenges, or just challenges that will suck up more resources. Like you can be confident about that. But have them all be less individually deadly and give them a lot of places that are relatively safe to rest. So the longer path can be thought of as the path that requires more resource spend, but will have an abundance of safe places to rest and recover. If we peg time passing to rest, where you recover resources, then the path that requires more resources to be spent will just end up being longer, right? Just naturally. And I even caveated it with, even if it isn't, if they are just very clever and manage to get through it with less resource spend than you anticipated, so it's not long, that's great. Their cleverness was naturally rewarded. It's not a bad edge case. It's a fantastic natural outcome. And the other side mirrors that as well. The more dangerous path has fewer encounters, but they're patched closer together and are individually more deadly. It has less literal locations in which to rest. It will make there be less rests, or at least resting less often, and that will make time pass faster. So I thought this was just very... I've thought about this a lot in terms of Daggerheart versus D&D. And I was originally kind of the opinion that, Daggerheart cut a line between them, but it couldn't go like fully into the advantages that I thought Blades in the Dark had. But honestly, looking at it more and more, I think if you can decouple your thought process from the passage of time, that Daggerheart is built in such a way that supports it. Like, I think you can peg time passing to long rests, not the other way around, if you want to. This just makes me think of the Witherwild frame and our discussion of what time would even look like there, which would be interesting. Like, that would be like both an interesting thing to think about and an interesting challenge. It could be like in the Witherwild, it's like any clocks that would tick on the passage of time, or on an event that represents the passage of time would tick twice instead of once, maybe in the Witherwild. You could have it be something along those lines. But yeah, it's really interesting to think about, like, a lot of the stuff you could do with it. Okay, next, the risk of an action roll, 155.49. This is Matt and Travis talking about idle potentially talking to the corpse. And Matt said, you can do it as often as you want, but there's a limit per corpse, and every time you roll, there's a chance for fear or failure. And I go on a whole thing about how much I love fear and how sick it is and blah, 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 blah. I won't go over all of that, but the thing that I do want to highlight is that rolling is player-sided in terms of resource gain. So if you're just comparing fear and hope, it is player-sided, 54.16% to 45.83%. However, there is a 68.75% chance that you roll with fear or failure, which both push the spotlight to the GM and give them a GM move. Both fear and failure. So that's basically a 2/3 chance for that to happen. So while rolling is player-sided in terms of resources, there's still a risk to it, right? There's still an inherent risk. And in that scene, Idle decides not to talk to the corpse because he doesn't want to risk rolling fear or failure. So even though he's going up in resources, quote unquote, and even though the GM is only getting a move 2/3 of the time compared to the players getting a move, the fact that the players can choose to starve out the GM in terms of moves, because they know, oh, my move might proc the GM move, that's still a calculation that they can make. Or that they might want to make. If they really want to be risk averse, they can be. And in that scenario, Idle did choose to be risk averse. And I compared it to gambling. I said, if we compare it to gambling, if you had a roulette wheel that modeled the odds of action rolls in Daggerheart, you could make infinite money given enough time. But if you need a lot of money quickly, or you have a string of bad luck and you're low on cash, there's still a risk. Even if we assume that you're equally likely to fail or succeed, equally likely to roll hope and fear, in the long run, it's all good for the players. But there's still a chance you lose. So if you're in a bad spot already, you might not want to roll. And I thought that was very interesting. But I did also think it relates to the Umbral Cloak, which was the... I don't remember if it's actually Umbral Cloak. It was named something like Umbral Cloak. It was the Dread card that when I was reviewing the Warlock, I said I really didn't like. Because you could just kind of roll those checks out of combat. And I said and now at the time I was like, I just don't like this. I think my opinion is getting a little bit more nuanced. And I said, when every roll should carry some manner of risk, right? Because you will go positive in the long run. There are better odds than not the GM will get to take some sort of action or move against you afterwards. So if you're in a situation where you may not want to risk that roll, is really a great decision point. So I was saying every roll should carry some manner of risk. You need to be prepared to follow through on that risk as a GM. So I mentioned not wanting Umbral Cloak to just be tried over and over because it would be weird hard for the GM to represent failure there. And that is still kind of my ultimate problem with it. Is not necessarily that it's unbalanced or that it presents a fiction that is impossible to do well or in a convincing manner. It is that it's a real GM challenge. And I said, while reading the GM move rules a lot for this session, I was reminded that the failure representation, the GM move, can be doing something off screen. You can tick unseen clocks. I would announce that I was taking the unseen clock, but they may not know like how full it is, right? It's off screen. Like there is things you can do, but that means the GM has to have off-screen clocks to tick. And I haven't seen that being demonstrated convincingly in Age of Umbra, right? And I caveat that, I say off-screen clocks are more of a campaign thing, but they're hard. Like in BitD, I remember off-screen clocks being hard to kind of manage. They're not the easiest thing in the world to do as a GM. And so I think that that is something to think about if you are GMing Daggerheart and one of your players takes something like Umbral Cloak, right? Something where they are going to be rolling outside of like a really stressful environment, right? Even like there's like a healing spell that they have to roll for. You know, those sorts of things that they might do outside of combat, and they might, you know, unless there's other limitations that they might do repeatedly. If your players have a domain card like that, or they have a feature like that, you have to be prepared as a GM to have a consequence for that, to have a GM move for that. Because say they do something like Failing with Hope. Failing with Hope does not give you a fear as a GM. You could have the failure as a GM move. You could have the failure. You could spend your GM move that the failure gives you to get a fear, but that only works sometimes. And, you know, that's kind of a weird roundabout thing. And that'll probably confuse the players a little bit of being like, well, we didn't roll with fear. And you're like, I know, but all this, you know, or you can, like I said, you can tick an off-screen clock. You can have someone mark a stress. You know, these are all possible things you can do as a GM. But if you have a player that's going to be doing this, you have to be thinking about, like, what is something that I can do if they fail this in a non-stressful situation where I'm not going to, like, update the environment to reflect it. Because like when you're in a combat, or even if you're in like a social encounter, applying stress or having, you know, one of the adversaries move in the combat, right? These are all very obvious, natural GM moves. But out of combat, around the campfire, there's less obvious GM moves in front of you for if they fail. Like I said, it's possible, but I would be thinking about it if I was you. This is one of the criticisms of DH that I agree with. It seems really great for new players, but there's a lot being thrown at the GM. That was my takeaway, yeah. My takeaway of this episode is, man, with how it's presented, DH is kind of way harder to GM. And I said, I don't think it needs to be, truly. And I think that experienced GMs will hone in on ways to make it easier. But I would find this system much harder to learn, I think, as like a never GM'd before guy, compared to something like D&D. And like I said, I don't think it needs to be quite as difficult as it is, honestly. I think that is something that they could address in the GM moves, or they could give maybe additional guidance on. And we'll get to it later, but I think some of the guidance that they give actively makes it harder on GMs in a way that is not only unnecessary, but like is actively contradictory to other areas of the rulebook. We'll get to that. We're starting to hone in on it. As we get through sections. Dynamic countdown timers, DCTs. Okay, I wrote a lot about DCTs. What I will sort of hone in on that I think is actually, you know, maybe interesting to possibly talk about is that I think timers are something that, if you're like from the D&D world, you're not going to be as used to. And one of my recommendations for thinking about like DCTs or timers, or what I would call them clocks in general, is to think about what the mechanic evokes and to think about what that actually means, so to speak, and how it might be able to apply to other scenes, and looking for the commonalities between the types of scenes that it can evoke or it can represent, and using that to like figure out what it's good at. So I compared a dynamic countdown timer, which they use at the beginning of the episode when they are trying to make their way out of the forest. I said, given that it's this push and pull, that dynamic timer, the mechanic basically evokes a tug of war feeling, like a like a dope energy beam battle where the beam goes back and forth. And much like that beam battle, or just pulling on a rope, if you aren't the one actively straining, actively exerting effort, watching a tug of war can be a bit dull. I found the DCT at the beginning of this episode dull, frankly. And I said for tug of war scenarios, it can be fine rather than deriving tension from the effort you are exerting, like in a real tug of war match. The tension is derived from the stakes and the amount of agency that the players do or don't feel like they have. But in situations like finding your way out of the forest, it's a bit less obvious on how to represent that tug of war feel in fiction. And so I talked about abstracting it into these points in space. Essentially, tug of war consists of one point in space, the flag or the mark on the rope, moving between 2 points in space that have a consistent distance between them. So you have this point and this point. We might call this 1, and we might call this 8 for no particular reason. And then you have a point in the middle that is some value between these 2 points. This middle point is some value between those 2 points. And the game ends, the tug of war match, when this point, and whatever number it is, equals one of these endpoints, either 1 or 8 in this case. And you might very clearly see how this analogy maps onto something like a dynamic countdown timer in Daggerheart that you represent with a die. He represents it with a die. The max value, if you had a D8, let's say, would be 8. The minimum value is 1, and the current value is somewhere in between. It's this middle point. But the reason that I went about abstracting it is because this can lead you towards other types of fiction that you can represent with this. So I've been talking about tug of war, but this is also very good at representing a chase sequence, right? Instead of this being the flag in the middle and both sides wanting to like pull the flag towards their side, and it being a good thing if the flag passes their posts, you can also really easily imagine a chase sequence where these are the pursuers. This is the point at which the pursuers will lose sight of the quarry, or lose like the ability to track the quarry. They're far enough away. And this is the point at which they catch up to the quarry, at which they catch them. And it's really easy to map this onto our imagination of a chase sequence. As this number gets lower and lower, they're getting closer and closer to the quarry. And as it's getting further and further, they're losing it. And whether or not that's a good thing depends on whether you're the pursuers or the quarry, right? And one of the reasons I like abstracting the thoughts about like what these timers could represent, the reason I like abstracting this is because it makes it easier, for me at least, to come up with the effect of clever player action. So say I'm using a DCT in D&D, And we are doing a chase sequence, and the players are the quarry. So what the players want is for the number to get closer to 8. And let's say that one of the players, as their action, casts Fog Cloud. Or actually, I'll give a different example first. Let's say first they cast Gust of Wind on the pursuers, blows them back. The pursuers can fight through it, but it's going to slow them down. How would that map onto this? How could we abstract that onto this? I think it's really, clear. It's like, okay, it's slowing them down relative to the quarry. So the middle point is going to move back a certain amount of steps. Maybe, it's at a 4 and the Gust of Wind moves it up to a 6 before they, can fully fight through it, or they do something that disrupts it or what have you. You could also say, okay, they're not like fully pushed back by the Gust of Wind, and it's kind of hard to aim as you're going around all these corners in the city, blah, blah, blah. So this isn't going to move them at all, but it will mean that anytime they would move closer, they move one less closer, right? They are slowed down. And anytime they would move further away, they'll move one additional step further away, as like the wind essentially helps push them away as well. You could also do something like that if you wanted it to be a continuous effect. If they do something like Fog Cloud, it's like, okay, well, Fog Cloud isn't really like on. It wouldn't affect the positioning of the quarry or the chasers or the pursuers at all, really. Like, it doesn't like physically move anyone. It's not like, we jumped a gap or we like climbed up a building or we pushed them away, right? It doesn't affect anyone. So what does it do? Again, so we consider it's like, okay, it wouldn't really do anything to the positioning of this guy. It wouldn't really do anything to the positioning of this guy, which is what this number represents. It represents the positioning of the pursuers relative to the quarry. So what would it do? I think it would be very reasonable to say it would lower the number at which the pursuers would lose track of the quarry. So we think, okay, it would lower this number from an 8 to a 6. Wouldn't move this at all, but it would lower this number. And so then we've done our abstracted thinking, and we now like move it back down into the actual mechanics of the system that we're playing in. That's very easy to map onto our system. Lowering that number, you just lower the die size. You keep the same die value, but you lower its size. And so again, maybe I wouldn't have thought of that if I hadn't abstracted it. I don't know. Maybe I would have thought of it. Who's to say? But I absolutely know that this sort of abstracted thinking is what really helps me with some of these abstract mechanics, which I know, again, for people that have mostly played D&D, this might be the first time that they're encountering a lot of these like really core abstractions outside of something like a binary skill check. This is maybe one of the first times they're really encountering a lot of these really kind of more conceptual abstractions. And so the thing that I would recommend actually is leaning into the abstraction even more. Abstract the abstraction, or in general, abstract the scene that you want as far as you can. So I abstracted tug of war into the movement of a point between 2 points, right? That's it. That's all tug of war is. And then look for a mechanic in Daggerheart that can represent that accurately. Like in this case, I think a dynamic countdown timer absolutely represents the movement of a point between 2 points perfectly. So it's more of a, this is less of a thing that I noticed, more of a piece of advice. Because honestly, I think it felt a little bit dull, because I think that the tension that is derived from a tug of war, from watching a tug of war, because that's ultimately what the players are doing, is kind of anchored in the stakes and the amount of agency. They have to know what the stakes are, and they have to feel like they have agency. And I don't feel like that was super represented within the forest escape sequence. And so I thought it felt like a weird utilization of a dynamic countdown timer. I said, well, I talked a lot about dynamic countdown timers for a while. What else did I say? I said, oh yeah, at this moment, 1457, I would be representing it with 2 dice. One would count down every time they did an action. So it is just a thing that counts down when they do an action, and when they reach 0, the challenge ends and they get a bad consequence. The other die would be a normal obstacle clock, which they would need to get a 0 in order to escape. Or they would need to get to 1, the lowest value. Alternatively, you could make it to where it doesn't count down every time you do an action, because you could easily say that discourages action. Absolutely does. You could say it's just one would count down every time they failed an action, or possibly any time they rolled with fear. And then the other one counts down every time they succeed. And they need to get the escape clock down before the consequence clock. I think that better represents the impending pressure from all around rather than a singular force that they're actively contesting, which I think a DCT is better for. If I absolutely had to use a DCT for this scene, I would create some sense of a pursuer and model it more as a chase sequence than a lost and trying to find your way out situation. Which honestly he could have done with the hive, with August Mother. You easily could have modeled it as a chase. I talked very briefly about the forest stat block, and I also said, oh man, that just sort of opened my eyes to some of the increased collaborative opportunities. So the forest, I forgot, the Screaming Forest, I mean, Matt didn't outright say that it had a stat block, but he talked about a quality that the forest had that seemed fairly mechanical, so I think it did have a stat block. And I said, Tal made this forest during session 0. It would be awesome to have worked together with him to make a stat block for it as well, dude. That would have been so cool. That would have been so neat. I would have really enjoyed that sort of thing. And I could see the exact same thing for making like an allied stat block for, an NPC that they're making, or a faction stat block for a faction that they're making. Like the fact that Daggerheart has the ability to abstract locations into stat blocks is a really fun collaborative opportunity if you are going to have your players make these stat blocks. Oh my God, my nose itches. I don't know if you see me just constantly itching my nose. I don't know what it is. But yeah, so I just thought that was just fun. Group roles, I don't know, they're fine, man. I don't know. This isn't the one that I had the hyper negative opinion of. I was kind of split. But essentially, they did a group roll towards the beginning of the session in which they had like a -4 to the final roll that the leader made. And I was like, man, I don't know. Is it better than 5Es? I don't really think it is, honestly. I say IMO, a group roll, should have 2 benefits compared to individual rolling, with the latter being more important than the former. It should have time. It should save time, and I mean like at the table time, compared to individual rolls, and it should allow people with builds that are not suited for the task at hand to still participate in said task. Like that's, in my opinion, that's the point of a group roll. Otherwise, you would just do individual or like a tag team. And I said, 5e's version is fine. Everyone rolls. If more than half succeed, the group succeeds. Otherwise, group fails. It's slightly faster than individual rolling because the consequences of the roll are narrated as a group, not individually. And it does a good job at allowing builds that are bad at something to participate. Like, as long as they are in the minority. If the majority of your party is bad at something, I think it makes sense that the minority should handle it individually outside of group roles. Or if you try with the majority, you are more likely to fail. It's also very easy to understand. Like, when I explain that type of a group role, my players get it instantly, regardless of if they're new or not. It is incredibly clear what's going on. Daggerhearts, they're faster than individual rolling for the same reason as 5e, but they're a little bit slower than 5e because they have the added complication of having to use the leader's stat. So there's the added time of choosing a leader and like communicating the stat to everyone. Now that's pretty much negligible. Like I don't want to come off like that's hugely impactful, but it is in a literal sense slower. I don't think it beats D&D in terms of that goal. And then for the latter point of like allowing minority builds to participate, I think DH goes extreme with it. I was like, for DH, the stats of the party don't really matter. Only the stats of the leader. This means the entire party can participate in any task that a single party member is proficient in. This is good in terms of the second benefit, but you might be able to have too much of a good thing. Because in order to have only the leader stats matter, but still have everyone participate, they ended up multiplying the impact of the leader's stats on the final roll. It's one of the closest things I've seen to an action economy sort of effect, where the number of party members will have a direct impact on how good you can do on group checks as a whole. In general, having more people with a wider diversity of builds is just strictly more powerful than having less party members and thereby less diversity of builds. The more specialists you can choose from when choosing a leader, the more often this multiplying effect will turn out in your favor. In D&D, on the other hand, the number of party members doesn't matter. It kind of matters, but it basically doesn't. And I said I'm not a fan of this. I think it presents a stranger fiction than 5e's and that its benefits are minor compared to the increase in complication. Especially given that 5e's majority success style is completely and totally easily possible in Daggerheart. I'm going to keep an eye on it. I don't know. I want to play Daggerheart soon. I both want to play and GM it. I'm going to try their version first. But right now, watching it in action, I really don't perceive a net benefit from it. I really... It feels like fixing what ain't broke, honestly. So not hugely in favor of that. I think plenty of people are just going to do individual roles or port 5e's group role. The group role works more like a chase type event. I think the book example was escaping a crumbling temple. Yeah. Like, again, it's fine. But I still find it strange that, like, even in the idea of, like, escaping a crumbling temple, I'm assuming that's, like, an agility role. So you enact someone like Snyx as the leader. But how is them being very agile going to make Brixton get out faster? Like, it kind of makes sense, but only in the situations where I think 5e's rule would work just as well. And in a lot of situations, I think it feels very odd. Like, if it's only Snicks that was agile, and imagine everyone else in the party is not agile in the slightest, they're all slow as hell. The fact that him being agile has such a multiplying effect on the overall group role presents this strange fiction to narrate. Whereas with the D&D group roles, him being very agile is nice. It essentially is like a guaranteed role on the success side, or close to guaranteed. But it's not going to ultimately decide it. If there's 7 players and 6 of them have like a -1 agility and Snicks has a +2, I think it makes a lot of sense that they don't get out of that temple. Like, I think it makes a lot of sense for them to fail that group roll. Whereas in Daggerheart, they could easily succeed it. In fact, not only could they easily succeed it, they might get close to being like guaranteed likely to succeed it. Especially the more players you have. Because also keep in mind, not only is this an action economy sort of effect in that you have more experts to choose from, but the more, it's not like divided by the number of players, right? The positive effect, right? It's a static number. So if you do a group roll with 3 players, the highest you can get to is a +2, and the lowest you can get to is a -2. If you are in a group of 7 players, the highest you can get to is a +6, and the lowest you can get to is a -6. But, so you might say, okay, well, that's like, there's this equal kind of likelihood it all balances out, but it doesn't balance out because you are only using the stat of the leader. You're going to pick the stat that is the best for you. And that is what is going to get multiplied by the number of players. So group roles under Daggerheart's current system massively scale up in like how good the party is at it, the more members they have. Which I think is strange fiction. I think it is odd. And I'm not really a fan of it. Especially because I think, like, overall, you could say it better represents some fictions. It represents other fictions worse than 5e's system of just majority success. And, like, I think I still like the majority success in net better. But even if I thought they were identical in terms of, like, how good or bad they are in terms of a net effect, Daggerheart's is still more complicated. Daggerheart's is still way more complicated. Oh, excuse me. Daggerheart's complicated. So if I'm going to choose between the two, all else being equal, I'm going to choose the less complicated one. So yeah, Daggerheart, the group roles, I'm going to watch them, but we'll see. I'm not confident that they'll work out. I thought this was a neat map. That's all. I also was saying I thought it was interesting that Mother came in search of August despite the detailed and long description of the lair. I had been wondering how Matt was going to get them into the lair, but he opted to have Mother come to them. And I was like, fair. Maybe not for a campaign, but absolutely fair for a limited series. Absolutely fair. You want Mother to come to them. Makes sense. I think that makes sense. And then there were several things that I thought were interesting about this combat. But I won't go through too many of them. I won't go through the entire thing. I thought that lowering or having evasion for a roll is neat. Something that would be insane to do in 5e, but can be done in Daggerheart because of the multiple layers of defensive traits and mechanics. I Am Your Shield is an awesome tanking ability. It was a very tough combat. It was a deadly combat, one might say. And it did make me think of something that, like, I've kind of had the opinion of in Critical Eyes, and I still have the opinion of it, you know, all these years later for them. It's tough when Matt gets out the terrain. And I think it's one of the reasons that Matt needed to explain so above the table for the ghost encounter later in the session. He really needed to explain it above the table that there is multiple options for how to do this, one of which is essentially running, right? One of which is just getting through the map and exiting the other side, running away. Because there's this sort of implicit pressure when Matt gets out the terrain of the map or what have you, that the players shouldn't just immediately try to exit. All right? There's also a factor of this being the end, the consequence of the DCT, which again implies that it's a tad inescapable. But that feeling of being inescapable is odd to me when it's paired with a combat that was so clearly deadly. Like, players were going down pretty fucking quickly. And while Daggerheart combats, like, while the strength of a side in Daggerheart does not diminish nearly as much as it diminishes in D&D from a player going down, right? If we say that both in D&D and Daggerheart, the players, you know, two players go down, or not players, player characters, go down and become stable. And let's say in D&D, no enemies are going to attack them, right? It is more detrimental. It's a larger negative impact for the allies that player is down than it is in Daggerheart because of the lack of initiative. But it's still bad. Like, they possibly have hope they could have spent that would allow them to do bigger and better things. And the more that, like, a more limited party size is using, you know, out their hope. They're accruing stress, even though actions are equal on both sides. The amount of HP isn't necessarily, or the amount of, not even HP, of stress, because you go down when you reach 0 HP. So you know that, but your stress might not be filled up when you go down, but now there's no way to fill it up in order to, like, help the allies. So it's minor, like, and that's I think that's a really cool thing about Daggerheart, is that a player going down and getting out of the combat isn't as negative of a thing as it is in D&D. I think that's good, but it still is negative. And so the players going down so quickly, and, like, this being such a deadly combat, like, I could see it being the sort of combat that was meant to communicate a warning, so to speak. But it's tough when it felt so inescapable, right? And that's like I think that is just kind of an implicit consequence of only pulling out terrain when the players are in danger. Right, especially with, like, the types of terrain that Matt makes, you know that he worked on it. You know that there's, like, this effort that went into it. So also, like, from a human-to-human perspective, you kind of want to use the thing that he made. But then that's tough when the thing that he made seems to be a warning about how deadly things are and, like, might just kill you. It's one of the big downsides of, like, sandbox-style games. And I think that it's honestly okay in Age of Umbra, frankly, because it's a limited series. It's on not a railroad, but it's linear. It's linear storytelling. But these sorts of warning combats are frequent in sandbox style games. And so this just stuck out to me as, like, oh, in a sandbox style game, I actually think that theater of the mind might broadly work better for sandbox style games because there is more ambiguity between what is, like, an encounter and what is not, right? So they're going to feel that freedom more. If they stumble into something that is more above their ken, more above their strength, they will feel like running is a much more acceptable option. You know, they're not staring at the map that you hand detailed over all this time and thinking about running away from that if it's all up here in theater of the mind. So I had never thought about that before. I thought that was kind of interesting. I also thought that this version of Ashley Johnson is wild to me. She was talking about how lame it would be to just avoid death. And I was like, that is crazy to see from Ashley Johnson. This like the chaos gremlin coming out in like confidence. I loved that. Also, I thought it was not telling, but I was definitely like, oh yeah, with no initiative DH and like healing being able to like get up for free. Like we saw Idol like get Misty up essentially for free, like no action roll. At first I was like, oh man, I don't know about like, you know, heal yo-yoing in this. But then I remembered that like, and I looked it up, avoid death, which is what they used, risks a scar. And I don't think they rolled for that. Like I'm pretty sure that they just forgot about it. Yeah, they forgot the scar thing. They remembered it during the cooldown. That's okay. That's it. That's funny because I did not watch the cooldown. So yeah, they just like forgot about it. And with that in mind, that like avoiding death possibly procs the scar, I do think that we will not see very much heal yo-yoing in Daggerheart, which I think is a good thing, frankly. I think it's a good thing that we won't see much healing yo-yos up and down. Now, is healing in like an amazing place, especially combat healing? I think it's debatable. I think because someone in the Discord was talking about this, was talking about like heal yo-yoing and resurrection and all this stuff in Daggerheart, and I was like, you know, I think it's fair to say that healing is maybe less useful in Daggerheart even than it was in D&D, and it wasn't very useful in D&D. But I am a person that just wants support in my TTRPG, regardless of whether that supporting constitutes healing necessarily. And I think there are a lot of really cool and good supporting abilities in Daggerheart. I called it out earlier. I Am Your Shield. I Am Your Shield is absolutely a support ability, even though it's also a tank ability. And I think it is simultaneously a support and tanking ability, because it's not an aggro. Like an aggro saying like, hey, you can only fight me right now. That's like a purely tanking ability. This is also protecting an ally, which could be easily considered like this, similar to like a magical shield, which I would definitely consider a support ability. So like there are support abilities and there are some support type classes and things you can do. Do I think that they've nailed a support class or archetype? Nah, I don't know. Maybe. Maybe they did. I don't know. I still don't really feel like there is a support class in the same way that you might look at Mercy in Overwatch and be like, that's a support character. Right? I don't think there's anything in Daggerheart that goes quite that far. Now, I will say, I think if you're really focused on it, you can construct it. You absolutely can construct it. If you really focus on it, I think my warlock that I built in the warlock review stream was much more of a support type character. But it was still like largely like out of combat support. I think that like supporting is much easier in Daggerheart because out of combat stuff is more interesting. But I think that in combat supporting is still a little shaky. I don't know if that is to say, I don't know if it's that much better than D&D's. We don't have a class that is primarily designed around like giving buffs to other people or giving debuffs to people. Grace is close. The Grace domain is close, which like Warlock, Bard, Rogue, I think, all have. That has some like, we saw it with Screeve this session with the Rogue. I believe he used Enthrall. He used some Grace card that detailed that at a certain point, Screeve could mark a stress to force the person that he enthralled to mark a stress. That's a good support card. That's a really good support ability. So like it exists, you can construct it, I think. But I still don't, I still have really yet to see something that I'm like really like, yeah, this is the support. Maybe Bard, but I don't really like Bard separately. Up to level to like the Bard. Oh, XP to level 3. XP to level 3. And a recent video talked about how it did support. Interesting. Because I did, I think I saw that in my feed. I saw, or at least I saw a video that was like, I have some thoughts on Daggerheart. Level 3 Bard. How to play Bard in Daggerheart. Yeah, 5 days ago. Yeah. Oh, he has a lot of Bard videos. Oh, I have some opinions about Daggerheart is separate. I mean, maybe I should watch this for like to compare it to someone who likes Bard. Because I just don't like Bard. So it's hard for me to look at Bard and be like, yay, the support class. So maybe I should watch his Bard video. Because that'll be maybe a bit better of a view. Because I don't know, the rally. Like, I think my issue with Bard as a support is, like, the fact that it's once per session. I mean, this is cool. I don't remember this. Does every class have a hope feature now? I remember when I was looking at the Warlock, someone mentioning, like, oh, that's the Warlock's hope feature. And I just kind of took that as like, oh yeah, it's a feature that utilizes hope. Hope feature. Oh, that's new since the last time I looked through all of them. Interesting. Okay, you know what? I'll say it. I'm not into to rally because one of the things I think is somewhat necessary to feel like a support class is that you, like, at runtime in the moment are playing like a support class, right? Like if anyone's played Marvel Rivals, Rocket Raccoon can put out an ability to give everyone armor before the fight. But then during the fight, he also heals. And like, if he only gave armor in like the little gathering room or whatever, if that was the only thing he did and the rest of what he did was damage, I would not consider him a support. Like old Torbjorn in Overwatch. I wouldn't consider that a support. That's kind of how I was viewing Bard before this. But honestly, now, it's 3 hope, it's expensive, but still. Like, this you're going to be able to use radically more consistently. Which is very cool. He is a Bard guy in the way that you are Warlock. Okay. Interesting. Maybe Demiplane moved where they were, but they've been a thing since launch, and I think even in early in the beta. Really? I don't remember anything being like separated off into its own feature. I remember having some features that could spend hope, but I don't remember it being consistent. I remember some classes having features that took stress. And that just being baked into like the class feature. So it was like class feature parenthesis, right? That's how I remember it being presented. But my memory is not the best in this, especially in this one. On the PDF character sheets is listed under your hope tracker. Yeah, no. Now that I'm thinking about it in these terms, in terms of like the new Warlock beta, it's like yeah, the hope feature is directly underneath the hope tracker. It's right there. Yeah, I like that. I think that's good. Yeah. So okay. Maybe I'll give a little bit more slack to the Bard because of this. But yeah, it's like foundation feature, once per long rest, specialization. When you give them, they can clear the hope or stress, but that's once per long rest. You can perform each of your gifted performer features twice per long rest. Like, these are all things that are not like going to be your bread and butter things that you're doing. They're not the equivalent of a cantrip. Like, for a class to feel support to me, they have to have like the equivalent of cantrips that they can do that are support cantrips. Which is, not easy. And it's why I don't fully think that many classes would really have it, honestly. Yeah, once per long rest. I mean, this Heart of the Poet is a self-buff ability. If they could do this to anyone, I would consider it a support. And that's not to say that like Bard is bad because they're not as supporty as I want them to be, right? Because it would be tough to do that. But I don't know. Actually, this mastery feature is probably. This is actually the closest I would consider to a real honest-to-God support ability on a class. This is still, like, this make a scene is still, it's very supporty, but it's just very expensive. A lot of the other ones, you could consider them expensive because you only do them once per session, so that's kind of an expense. You have to think about when to do it, or maybe it doesn't matter when you do it. But this one is like, it improves your ability to help an ally. Helping an ally is a common support action that you can do. So a class getting an upgrade to a common support action with help in this case, I think I would consider this an actual support ability. this is going to push the bard towards using the help action far, far more than they would otherwise, and they're actually going to be good at it. Like, it's going to be very worth it for them to do that. So yeah, this is the closest, but it's. But to that end, I don't necessarily need it. All that is to say, I don't really need healing. Cantrips, cards aren't class specific, but domain, like you said. Grace has a lot, which is the bard's option. This is true. This is yes. So yes. I will continue, I guess, to say that I don't feel like any of the classes are like a real honest to God support class, but that there might be some domain. Like, this cloaked is a combat ability. Like, this is a combat DPS ability that is baked into a class as a class feature, not as not as like the end point of a subclass, which is how Bard is. It isn't Rogue's Dodge, which you spend 3 hope to gain +2 bonus, right? But Cloaked is a DPS, maybe you could say, stealth exploration type ability. It's not a support ability, certainly. That is consistent. Like, this is a defining ability for how a rogue is going to play. It is not a once per long rest, the rogue gets to pick a lock for free. Right? Like, we can imagine a once per long rest ability that a rogue could have. Similar to the Bard's Rally Die, right? Or maybe once per long rest, you can give a piece of shadow to every member of your party that allows them to go invisible for one second. That's more of a support ability, but again, it's only once per long rest. So I think kind of what I'm saying is, like, maybe cantrip was kind of the wrong terminology. Maybe it's evoking the wrong message. Because this, if you could turn this into an actual support ability, this would be more akin to what I would be kind of looking for when I think about a support class. Like, this is a defining way, or this is a thing that defines how a class will play at all times. A rogue is always thinking about this, or at least often thinking about this. Same thing with sneak attack. Whereas the bard is not always thinking about rally, or if you want my pessimistic opinion, they are always thinking about rally, but only insofar as reminding all of their compatriots that, oh, hey, you have a rally die, don't forget to spend it. This is something that, beyond reminding their teammates, they do it once, and then it has no bearing on how they play the rest of the session. And so, like, while it does support, it's hard for me to call that, to factor that into, like, the feel of a support class. In the same way that I would absolutely say that rogue is a stealth class. Like, this cloaked feature, this isn't like oh yeah, that's a stealth ability, but it doesn't necessarily make the rogue a stealth class. No, cloaked makes the rogue a stealth class. Positively 100% makes the rogue a stealth class. So I don't think rally kind of clears that same bar. Yeah. Run ads. Nah, we won't run ads. Nah. Fair enough. Yeah. Feels so weird being the only chatter. It's like I'm suddenly in early cries days. It happens. Yeah. This is what it was like in the early days. A lot more me speaking to the ether. But yeah. Honestly, easier to handle the discussion. Let's see. Okay. Oh, right. So we're about to get to free GM moves. I need to grab some water before we start because I am very thirsty. And this is the rant. So I'm going to be right back. I'm not even going to run ads. I'm just going to leave the chair. I'm literally going to go and get some water, fill it up, and then be right back. So I'll see you in a second. All right. I got water. Let's do it. Okay. This is, without question, the thing in Daggerheart that I have truly, honest to God, disliked. To the point where when it first happened, I thought that Matt was just making a mistake. And like early on in the notes, you can kind of see me as I'm taking notes. I'm like, oh man, like I looked up the rules and Matt can't do this. And I looked more and deeper into it and he absolutely can. And I kind of hate the way that it's implemented, frankly. It's a rule that I had not considered how it was presented in the rules, and that is when should you use a GM move? And it's right here. So it is right after August puts Mother to sleep, and Matt has no fear. And because Matt has no fear, he can't wake up Mother. Okay? That's like the big kind of stipulation thing here. Like, and it's honestly, it's really cool. Right here. So we can see this right here, Taliesin.
I'm gonna cast Slumber.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
All right, here we go.
When the GM is rules lawyering, it feels weird. So it's not even about how Matt rules lawyered. I mean, that's maybe a factor. But it is more in the way that the rule book presents it. I have a huge issue with.
Are you rolling? Are these 16? Yes.
Yep.
So it's right here.
Go to sleep.
Go to sleep.
That's 16 with hope.
16 with
All right.
hope.
Take a hope.
Take a hope.
Oh, oh, 16, 17, that's 20 with hope. Thank you.
That's a success.
Yep, thank you.
And you'll see it right
She's
here.
asleep until we attack her or you spend a fear to wake her up.
And Matt is out of fear. So until we attack her, or until you spend a fear to wake her up, I think I didn't actually go and check the ability, but I actually think it's until she takes damage or is attacked. So I think theoretically the drones could wake her up, but that's neither here nor there. I'm not actually sure on that. Doesn't matter.
Exactly.
No fear.
But the really important part is what Sam just said. He has no fear. So Matt cannot wake her up, right?
So as Mother looks over and sees doing the move,
I say when they live or die.
and kind of like the thorax rests, the spider legs kind of curl in, and right now the glade kind of hits the ground as she's.
And she stays like that until
She takes damage.
Or spends a fear.
Or spends
What's
fear.
the play?
The two of her buzzing companions, they're just watching Mother go, look at each other at this reaction on her veering down to dart.
That's fine. He's, narrating, Taliesin succeeded with fear. Out of our 4 options, this is the only option, plus crits. This is the only option where the GM does not get a GM move. I want to make that abundantly clear. Or does he?
Does she have anything we need? Like, is there anything on her that we could possibly need?
They debate for a second. As in fiction, the drones are buzzing down towards her, but they can't move because he doesn't have a GM move, right?
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm gonna look at them and just run.
So he says run, not an action roll. Isn't failing, doesn't have any fear. He's just saying a word out loud. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna yell at these motherfuckers.
And Matt has already narrated the action that the drones are taking in reaction to Mother going to sleep, but it's not even like they didn't have a move because he succeeded with hope.
I'm gonna go over and help lift Misty up and start
Not an action. All she does is get Misty not prone, which isn't an action as far as I'm aware.
hobbling and helping her flee.
Like, that's pure flavor.
Okay.
Let's see how far we can get, I guess.
And
I
then
can also spend if I touch you while we're running by, I can. Actually, hold on. Never mind. Carry on for a second. I gotta find my shit.
Where's everybody going?
So
where
where's
are you
everybody
all
going?
fleeing?
And Matt asked, where are you all fleeing to? And I was like, yeah, absolutely. Like this.
Where were we going
Which
before this?
direction were we running?
You were running this direction, and there's a
okay.
sinkhole in the way.
Let's start heading.
Now, I don't want to psychoanalyze here. Maybe I detect a small twinge of frustration. If it is there or if it's not, it doesn't matter to the overall point. But I think Matt's tone has changed slightly. And he's like, oh yeah, there's a sinkhole in the way. I think in his head, essentially saying you can't run. And then tells him, he goes, okay, yeah, let's start heading west around it.
West around the sinkhole, I suppose.
Yeah, so we have to go.
So he has put her to sleep. The drones come in, or the drones start heading towards Mother. He said run. Then Brixton got her up. And now Matt has had plenty of time to interrupt them. He has talked back and forth with them. Where are you guys going? Blah, 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 blah. They say, okay, where's the sinkhole? They define the environment. And now, almost immediately, they make a decision. They're not stuck in analysis paralysis. He says, okay, they say, okay, there's a sinkhole right here. Let's head west.
Around it now.
Sure.
They go around it.
So as you're deciding this and shout run, I'm going to take an action of one of these.
An action? Where are you taking an action from, Matt? I was confused. I was kerfluffled. I said, huh. I said, Matt takes an action to move one of the enemies here, but can he do that? What? And I said, and I quoted some of the rules in here. And I said, the flow of combat in Daggerheart is malleable and driven by dice. The players pass the spotlight between themselves, making moves until someone fails a roll or rolls with fear, or until the GM spends a fear to interrupt the player's turns. When play passes to the GM can make a move to spotlight an adversary, and if they wish, can spend any number of fear to spotlight that many additional adversaries. And I was like, Matt does not have any fear here. That's the entire reason he can't wake Mother up. And no one has made a roll since Talison's roll, which was a success with hope. So Matt does not have any GM moves here, right? Or so I thought. I'm playing this all out dramatically, but I was like really confused, and this really bugs me. Then I said separately in the movement section, moving far or moving as your primary action. This is actually something that they do later in the session, so I know they're very well aware of this. If you're not already making an action roll, or if you want to move further than your close range, you'll need to succeed on an agility roll, which would have the option of failing or rolling with fear to safely reposition yourself. The GM sets this difficulty depending on the situation. On a failure, you might only be able to move some of the distance. Pertinently, the adversaries might act before you can make it, or a hazard might prevent you from moving at all. And what Matt does is move the enemies here
To close off your path.
to close off their path. Like, the exact situation that it references here. Like, my first thought was like, oh, this was like an unanticipated situation for the rules designers of like, oh yeah, what happens if they just put everyone to sleep, the GM has no fear, and they can just walk away? Can they just walk away from the combat? No, they have to make agility rolls, which would give the GM an opportunity on a failure, or it might give him a fear which he could spend to interrupt the player's turns. Like, not only was this not anticipated, or not only was this sort of situation anticipated, but it is directly called out in the movement rules. So I know that it's not like it's not something that they just weren't prepared for, and Matt was like making a ruling in the moment. So I was like, okay, I think he's just wrong. Like, I don't know. And not only does he move one collector to close off the path, but then he pauses for a moment and he moves the other collector with another action.
And kind of stand there waiting.
Waits a moment.
Is that the way?
Oh no,
go
is
the
that
other
the way?
way?
That's where we would.
Literally, Marisha says, should we go the other way? So Matt didn't move both of the collectors to block off their exits. They said they were going to go in a direction. Matt moved the critter there without a fear, without a failure, without a GM move. And then Marisha says, should we go the other way? That's where we would head.
This one
And Matt
is going to shoot down next to Mother. What are you doing? Continue.
shoots down next to Mother, which effectively blocks off their other path of escape. And then he says this.
Going to shoot down next to Mother. What are you doing? Continue to flee? Which direction are you fleeing? Where are you going?
Look, I don't like speculating. I don't like psychoanalyzing. If I was at the table and this just happened, I'd be annoyed at Matt. This is something that I would bring up after the session. Because Matt just, without any resources or any spotlight passing to them, directly reacted to things that we said out loud. Like we said, run. We decided on a direction. He blocks that direction. We say, should we go the other way? He blocks the other way before we can move. And then he says, where are you going? What are you doing? Which direction are you choosing?
Well, where did you mean for?
Hey, right here.
Shoot down next to Mother.
I know I've already replayed this twice,
flee?
but I'm...
Which direction are you fleeing? Where are you going?
Are you continuing to flee? Which direction are you fleeing? Where are you going? And it's like, my man, cool off. We decided to flee, and you just cheated to make sure we couldn't. That's how it feels to me right now, watching this. It got my blood boiling a little bit. I was like, what the fuck? I rarely feel like this. I can't say, I actually don't think that I've ever had the sort of emotional reaction to a like DMing decision that Matt made like I had to this one. I was like, step the fuck off. Give me a sec. All right? We just said our plans out loud, and it's hilarious given the Critical Eyes discussion that we just had about, like, someone in the Discord asked, oh, like, don't you think it's like, is it, or not don't you think, but is it somewhat reasonable for players to not want to, like, announce things out loud for fear that the GM will, like, change plans in order to, like, counter it? Like, if I say I'm poisoning a dagger during the rest, well, now, the person brings the enemy has anti-venom, or the, enemy, like, avoids my dagger more than they otherwise would. And I said during that discussion, I was like, you shouldn't, I don't think you should do that as a GM. If your players announce something that you, the GM, know, but your adversaries wouldn't, I don't think you should change their behavior to account for it. It's metagaming. Now, not only did Matt change their behavior, because their behavior had been going towards Mother, you could argue that he had a justifiable reason to change their behavior. The Taliesin shouted run. But where did the GM moves come from? And this is where it goes from being something that I originally thought Matt was doing wrong. I was like, oh, this isn't the way that this goes, Matthew. I was like, what the fuck? You're cheating. You're bending the rules just to, like, keep this going. And I was like, just, like, give them a roll. And then it went from being that to being, oh no, Matt's following the rules to a T. I didn't realize how much I disliked the rules around this very specific thing. So I wrote it out here. Okay, well, never mind. I just went to the making GM moves section. When to make a move. Knowing when to make moves and what kind of moves to make is a significant part of learning to GM Daggerheart. The frequency and severity of these moves depends on the type of story you're telling, the actions your players take, and the tone of the session you're running. But the general rule of thumb is you can make a GM move whenever you want. That's right. You're the GM. Your job is not to crush the PCs or always act adversarially. It's to help tell a story. You should be making moves whenever you see the opportunity to do so. And at first, I was like, I read that, and my initial reaction was like, okay, they're leaving some sort of, like, exception case or clause open. But then, like, in combat, they would say, oh, you do it during these times, and you wouldn't just make it whenever. But I don't think that's the case. Or at least I don't think the rules are organized correctly, if that is the case. Because it directly after this is copy and pasted from the rules. Consider making a GM move right after this. You should be making moves whenever you see the opportunity. Consider making a GM move when a player does one of the following things. Rolls with fear. Fails an action roll. The two things that are referenced up in these other rules. So they're repeating the existing advice, like the existing instructions that have already been given. But before they repeat it, they caveat it with, do it whenever you want. But also consider doing it when these things happen. Does something that would have consequences, gives you a golden opportunity, looks to you for what happens next. I said, I'll be real, though. I will now change my critique from it being something that Matt can't do to something he shouldn't do. They did not look to him for what happens next. I wouldn't say I don't think they gave him a golden opportunity. And this is the closest. This is the closest one of, like, I guess you could say that they did something that would have a consequence. However, if you look further at the advice for making GM moves, there's like a really like simple piece of advice of like, oh, you know, don't like make a GM move to just say no, or to don't make a GM move to crush the PCs, or always act adversarially. And I have a lot here about how I feel about this. But it really comes down to I don't like the I think it is bad GM advice to, as the rule of thumb, make the GM move whenever you want. I think that is I think that is bad. I think they should remove that from the book. I think that is actively damaging to a GM trying to learn this game. I think it makes it more confusing. I think it sends the wrong message. I think it appears directly contradictory. Like, I kind of highlight it right a little bit later. I look at these two quotes. The general rule of thumb is you can make it whenever you want. That's right. You're the GM. Blah, 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 blah. And then there's a separate rules quote. Interrupt the players to make a move. You can spend a fear to make a GM move as if the PCs had failed an action or rolled with fear, allowing you to interrupt between the players' moves. This tactic is most useful when you want to make a move during a slew of successes. For example, if a PCs roll a success with hope 4 times in a row during combat and you want to give your adversaries a chance to fight back, you can spend a fear to interrupt the action and spotlight an adversary. And I would say they don't contradict each other necessarily, but the second seems like a waste of fear in light of the first. Like, if I'm playing Daggerheart and I know this rule and the GM is using this rule of you can make a GM move whenever you want, like he's made moves for free in the past, right? If that's the case, why would he ever spend a fear to interrupt? Like, if you're actually living by the GMing ethos of make a move whenever you want, why would you ever spend a fear? And if you start doing that, if you start making moves whenever you want, totally for free, then every time you do spend a fear to interrupt the players during combat or to spotlight an additional adversary, I'll know that you're just wasting fear. That you don't need to do that, right? I'll know that as a player. Now, you could get complicated with it, and you could say, okay, well, I won't make GM moves whenever I want, but I can use, this number of free moves per encounter. I'll only do it this many times per encounter. And it's like, okay, well, at that point, just gain a certain amount of fear per encounter, or gain a certain amount of fear at the beginning of the session. And again, I understand why they have this. It feels to me like an exception case, which is how you should always GM. At the end of the day, rules are guidance, and the GM is the ultimate arbiter of what happens and whether or not it's acceptable, right? They're the ultimate arbiter of what is like allowed. That's the entire kind of fundamental of house rules. But I say earlier, the first rule that they introduce in the entire book is the golden rule. And I don't know where I reference it. It's somewhere in my notes. There we go. Right here. The idea of ignore the structure sometimes is understandable, but should ultimately be covered by the golden rule and rulings over rules. That covers it for me. Baking it into the GM guidance separately and specifically as a rule of thumb is not only risky, but honestly pretty actively confusing. This is especially true given that the core guidance section talks about not hoarding fear and making fear moves, but then begins talking about GM moves in general in the mechanics section. I was not a fan. Not a fan. I'm gonna read chat for a second because I have more to say on it, but I'm gonna read chat for a second to catch up. I'm back from the horse race. I hated it. I can imagine. Horse races seem boring. They seem like one of the most boring ways to gamble, and I already don't like gambling, so I can't imagine liking a horse race. This is not actually the thing I thought it was in my previous, but I can see how, since you analyzed so intensely, I'm glad you caught it. Yeah. I mean, it stood out to me. And like I said, I said it in the Discord. I fully understand people maybe not seeing this as that big a deal, but to me, it just fundamentally undermines the concept of the fear system. Like, I love the fear system. I love it so much. My love for the fear system has only grown with each episode that passes. But like these two quotes is like, well, why would I ever spend fear to spotlight enemies? I don't know. It feels like I wouldn't. I think it's meant to only mean the timing is whenever you want, rather than doing so for free. But it's not explicitly stated that way. The timing is whenever you want. So you're saying that how do I say it? You're saying that that it is meaning to communicate that you do not earn GM moves whenever you want. Or you cannot make a GM move without earning it. But if you have earned it, you can make it whenever you want. I don't know that holds water. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I think the way that you are stating it is a reasonable mindset, but I don't know that actually makes sense. And I don't want to be stubborn or defensive on this. I really want people to like express alternative opinions, but I thought about this a lot. And it's like, this is, consider making a GM move when a player does one of these things. And all of these are talking about the timing, right? Make a GM move when a player does one of these things. It is not you get a GM move when a player does one of these things and you can use it whenever you want. And they specifically reference rolls with fear on an action roll or fails an action roll or whatever. So the way that the book presents it is not as something you have to earn, but as something that certain actions might trigger. And like, honestly, I think that these 5 categories cover everything. Or almost everything. Like, I think these 5 categories cover 95% of situations. If you're a new GM and they took out this rule of thumb and they just said, make a GM move when one of these 5 things happens, if you want to make a move outside of one of these 5 things, remember the golden rule. All these rules are always just guidances. So if you see something like that, you absolutely can. But these are the recommended ones. That I think is would be a much better way to present this. But saying it as do it whenever, especially these times, I think doesn't make any sense. And thereby is actively confusing. So I think I disagree on what it is meant to say, but I think the thing it's meant to say is bad and wrong. I, for one, have not made a free move since the beta, and they fixed the reason behind me making an exception. That's what I'm saying. And that was the, like, crazy frustrating part to me. I was like, I'm going insane. Because there's a situation later in which the fear or the lack thereof, or Matt utilizing fear, like, it was such an extremely perfect example of why I like fear and why needing fear or failure to make moves, I think, is so wildly good for the game. Like, wildly good for the game. I love fear, man. I love it. And like half of this is me just talking about how much I like fear, and how the idea that, you know, you can make them whenever is actively damaging to the things that are great about fear. Yeah. Now looking ahead at fear, and it makes no sense to me. Interrupting a player or making additional GM move are just absolute nonsense abilities, given that they're both allowing the GM to theoretically subvert a limit on their actions that was just established to not exist. And it was especially frustrating to me because it's a situation that the DM of D&D is always in. Like, the DM of D&D is always in a situation where any way that they react is total fiat, right? Total fiat. They can do whatever they want whenever they want. And the fact that there were constraints on when a GM could act or should act, you know, presented as the default. And they have to use this resource. And they can still basically do whatever, right? They can still do whatever they want. A GM move is very broad and very open, and I love that. But the timing on it, being somewhat constrained, I thought was incredible. Or I think is incredible. And that's how I'm going to handle it at my table. And I'll talk about this in a second. I have a great example from later in the session of why I think that constraining when the GM acts to those 5 categories is incredibly good. And yeah, someone who can identify... I also said... You know, this isn't to say that a GM should never be allowed to do that, in this case, to act whenever they want. I will again reference the golden rule, but that is to say that it's ridiculous and wildly confusing to establish it as the rule of thumb for GMs. There's often discussion that 5e puts too much on the GM, but Daggerheart's "you should be making moves whenever you see an opportunity to do so" is just bad advice. I think it's written from the perspective of someone, Matt, who has absolutely prodigious storytelling instincts, timing, and restraint. Like, I think about the Bard's Lament, and I see someone who is incredible at timing moves the vast majority of the time. He's like the example I would look to, this situation notwithstanding, on like how to time things as a DM in D&D. I think that is one of the best things to take away from Matt's DMing, is his incredible timing. And so this rule makes a ton of sense. This rule of thumb, from his perspective, makes perfect sense. Someone who can identify those opportunities easily. And I think that you could place it in like an advanced GMing section or something like that, like an advanced guidance, like, oh, by default do this, but if you're, you know, wanting to get crazy with it, crazy kooky, do this. Not presented as the default. Yeah. You spend fear to make a move, then some would-be GMs are like, okay, but when do I do that? Answer: whenever the moment feels right. Yeah. I can see what you're saying. But I think the way it is written does not convey that. And I mean, to be really clear, I fucking agree. I really agree. But that is actually, now that I say that, again, I'm actually very confident that that's not what it's saying. Only because there is a separately defined fear move. Fear move is completely separately defined from a GM move as like a subset of GM move. Whenever you spend fear, describe how fate changes in the worlds, what interrupts or counters the PCs, how does the adversary, etc. When you spend a fear, you can interrupt the players to make a move, make an additional GM move of any kind, right? So like, and also these are limited. It's limited with what you can do with a fear move. Unlike a GM move. A GM move is defined totally separately. And, you know, we've already gone over the timing that it communicates. And then they give example GM moves. And they say the way you make moves defines your style. Everyone who plays will interact with GM moves differently, so you should never feel like you have to use them the same way. The following examples span a gradient from softer to moves to harder moves. Look down the list until you find a move that seems appropriate. So like it's really vague as to what you can or cannot do with a GM move. And so it's yeah. So this is my point, is like I think that you have interpreted the rules in a better way than what they are actually saying or mean. And I can accept I can totally accept the idea that a lot of this text was written at different times. It was edited. It was gone back and revised. And so parts of the text may not make sense now because maybe they weren't properly or fully updated to the current, state of the game. I think that's possible. But the way that they currently are, I don't think is full release quality. It's the first thing I've ever thought that about. I've thought everything else is absolutely full release quality, makes so much sense. Again, I love and adore fear over the action tracker in like every sense. This is the first thing where I'm like, every explanation I looked for ways that this might be understandable aren't there. Every explanation I look for is like no, that is just the default rules. Just do it whenever you want. And, these are some examples of like when you could do it, but you can do it whenever. And that's ludicrous to me. It doesn't make sense within the rules. So I think the theory that I will honestly optimistically and generously apply is that it's just outdated. It wasn't updated fully with the full release. I think I see the disconnect. This might take some text to explain. In summary, though, it's a mixture of unclear wording and beta leftovers. I could see beta leftovers. That makes a lot of sense to me. In beta, when a player rolled with fear, you gotta fear or gotta move. You take the move like 90% of the time and save the fear if you didn't feel like a move. Some of that wording feels like it was written during that time. I can see that. I can see that perfectly. Yeah. This feels like some action tracker stuff. Yeah. But is I think, definitely outdated. Now you get a fear and get a free move when they fail or roll with fear. But to do a move during any other time costs a fear. Or it's in like kind of reaction or response, right? It's, if there is a consequence, to something that they would do that maybe didn't require an ability check, an action roll. If there's something that didn't require an action roll, but would have a consequence, they build that in. It's like, oh yeah, you can make a GM move then. Totally reasonable. Very reasonable. Easy. Like, I think the 5 options that they have, like I said, I think they cover 95% of situations. Period. And then I think they could easily build in, like, if there is something else that you as a GM think should trigger a GM move, feel free to do so. So it's like state those 5 as the default and then add in that text of if there's something else that you think should trigger it, feel free. Because that puts it in a different context of the DM has to justify using those moves other times, which I think they should. I think that's a good mindset to put people in. Because what would the justification for moving the drones here be? I guess the justification would be they heard you say run and they moved to block the exits. And then the players could easily be like, well, actually, they were going down towards the mother, and then we told you, the GM, our plan, and then they reoriented. So I don't know if that justification works, GM. I mean, you're essentially saying that once you hear our plans, that's a justified trigger for making a GM move that subverts our plans that we said out loud to you as a GM, not as players. And suddenly, I think that layer of needing to justify it is going to prevent the worst aspects of like GM moves outside of those 5 times. Because I think this was a bad move. Like, I think it's a move that was actively adversarial, stepped on the players' plans without, any justification. I think it was a bit of metagaming, frankly. And if Matt had to justify what the trigger was, even just to himself, of him thinking like, there are the 5 basic triggers for a GM move. What is the trigger that is getting me this GM move right now? Like, what is it actually? And if he wants to justify that it is purely off of them saying the word run in fiction, you know what? Hands up. I think that can be a justification. It wouldn't fly for me personally, but that would easily go into the bucket of things that we talk about after the session. I would just totally roll with it during the session. Then afterward, I'd be like, hey, when we said run and that like triggered the 2 GM moves of like the Hive Collectors repositioning, it felt a little metagamey, that like specific trigger. It didn't really feel like they had like enough information to contest us that accurately and like thoroughly. So I don't know. That justification just didn't really feel too good to me. Like in the future, could we? I don't know. I think it would feel better for me if there was maybe a little bit more justification. What do the other players think? What do you think as a GM? We can start having that conversation. But we can't have that conversation if the basic rule is do it whenever you want. Because now no justification is needed. No justification is needed. The GM is like, I can do it whenever I want. Interesting. I definitely have beta brain where I'm layering new info on top of beta info, and I haven't read the sections meticulously enough that I think I already know, which is probably how the developers feel, frankly. I can't imagine how that would be during beta. Like, I even know as a developer, talking to someone else about the product or interacting with the product, like, I know every little detail and MacGuffin of how it's existed over all iterations. And so I think it's super understandable if not necessarily that they're in a beta mindset, but they read that text and they're like, well, yeah, they can take it whenever on these triggers, right? Because, we got rid of the action tracker that was originally in there. I think we worded it that way for the action tracker, but there's like nothing wrong with leaving it worded that way, provides a nice exception case. And they're thinking to themselves, well, there's nothing wrong with it, right? At least speculation, but I think that's very reasonable to think, is that they are thinking about how it used to be and don't see anything wrong with how it's worded now. Like, there was nothing wrong with how it was worded back then, but they've kind of forgotten that it was worded that way because of something that they took out. It's like when you change a variable, like a class name or a variable name, or you like change the purpose of one of the controllers in your program, and now like a lot of variable names don't make any sense. Like, you change like a C# object type from like a broadcast item to like a general content piece item, or like a live stream item to a content piece item. And now you're working recordings, but you have variables in other locations that are still named something like, original broadcast or original live stream. And now like those don't make any sense because you're working with content pieces that could be not live streams. Yeah. It absolutely gives me the energy of something like that. Something that like my mind has grazed over until the moment I saw this. And then I was like, whoa. Like my mind read that several times and did not think down any of this until the moment that I saw Matt just do 2 out of the blue, completely random GM moves when he had 0 fear and there were 0 rolls related to it. The moment I saw him do that, I was like, I'm sorry, what? It's sort of like when you look at a legal contract and there's language in there that it's actually unironically, I think it's the reason that, they're in like copyright law. There's like the aspect of like if someone doesn't pursue the copyright, or if like they don't pursue one of these clauses within the contract, but they're aware that people are breaking the clause and they don't like address that at all, that then makes it unenforceable in the future. Like you can't choose not to enforce it for a while and then decide to enforce it later. That feels like, a similar, that like feels like one of the reasons that this sort of thing is in there is like, yeah, like sometimes as humans, we make a decision or we put something in that seems right at the time. And then as the product matures, we realize we don't really need it. Or as the use cases become clear, we don't really need it, but we don't take it out. And in copyright law, that is enshrined to make sure like fair treatment. It's like, okay, you weren't acting as if this part existed. So people very reasonably acted as if it didn't exist. You can't now go after someone for it. Yeah. Anyways. I'm 90% sure the beta didn't make a distinction. It's possible I missed it then too. It's possible, yeah. All the things you're saying are valid. It's one of the reasons why I really only recommend DH in similar games like my old favorite to fairly experienced GMs. Yeah, I just think that's a shame. I think that's a shame, and like, there are some parts of Daggerheart that are just gonna, be difficult. Like I talked earlier in the stream about, I think it was about clocks. Oh, yeah, it was. It was about the risk of an action roll. Yeah. When I was talking about the risk of an action roll, there was definitely an aspect of this of like, yeah, I think Daggerheart's harder to GM. Absolutely. But if it's going to be harder to GM, I would rather keep that difficulty firmly planted on things where that difficulty is necessary. Which I know you're not saying that you don't think that, to be clear. But I agree with you. I think it is harder. But this just really stuck out to me as like, man, this is confusing. And it sets up bad. If a DM actually reads this and tries to understand it, it is going to set them up for bad DMing behaviors. And that's not good. I can't speak to the specific move by Matt you're referencing. I was half asleep and haven't had time to rewatch. I go over it earlier in the stream, but I'll give you the TLDR. Taliesin puts Mother to sleep. Matt doesn't have any fear, so he can't wake Mother up. He succeeds with hope. So no GM moves generated from that. And then Taliesin, or I should say August, out loud says, run. Matt narrates the drones swerving in towards Mother.
Look at each other at this reaction, or veering down to.
So they veer down to dart towards her. Then, and this is where I say that Matt could have a justification for this. I just think he should need to have one.
Dart.
Does she have anything?
I'm gonna look at them and just run.
And so August says run. Brixton picks up Misty. No action roll. And Matt says, where are you running to? They ask, where do we come from? He says, or where were we going originally? He says, you were going towards the sinkhole. And they say, okay, well, we'll circle around the sinkhole. We'll go that way. And the moment they say that, he moves a drone in to block that direction. Again, no rolls, no fear left over to use. He just moves a drone to do that. And then they go, oh, damn, well, should we go the other way? And he hears them say, should we go the other way? And he moves the other drone to block the other direction. Again, before they've done anything besides in fiction, say the word run and help Misty up. So they say their plans out loud, and then he blocks them. Yeah. So it was just wild to me, and I was like I said, I was confused at first, but as I thought about it and looked at it and watched it, I became less confused and more annoyed. I agree with the broad statement that your in-universe baddies need an in-universe reason for their actions. Did he move with zero fear? He did moves with zero fear. Yeah, in my mind, you can do that, but A, I haven't needed to since beta rule change, and B, you should be real sus if you need to do it. Yep. I agree. I think it's a really good way to put it. Which is why, again, I'm totally down for this idea of like we have our 5 basic triggers, and then we can spontaneously as a GM make up a trigger that triggers a GM move. I think that is absolutely fair to just spontaneously make up a trigger like that. But that is certainly not what was happening. And I talk about it here, the talking about like the GM subverting plans. Yeah, it really felt like, I said if I'm feeling generous, it felt like mixed messaging. If I'm not being generous, it feels like an exception that Matt, the GM, is making in order to force them to fight the boss. Which I wasn't a fan of. Yeah. I think that's enough info for my judgment. I'm on your side. And I'm not even, I'm not trying to like necessarily get people on my side. But I do want to explain it to people so that they can make their own judgments. But yeah, man, it was It was wild how much it stuck out to me. And I think it only stuck out to me. I think I probably would have glazed right over it. Which a couple of times in my notes, I'm like, he's never done this before, right? Like, I can't remember him ever having done it before. But I think one of the reasons I didn't glaze over it here is because he was so low on fear. And that was a spoken out loud reason that Taliesin put Mother to sleep. Like, Taliesin put Mother to sleep, spent hope, risked failing or fearing. But he succeeded with hope. Amazing. And he made that decision based on Matt not having any fear. And that is clear and obvious when you watch it. And Matt just said, I don't need any fear. I know that you did something that is basically worthless. Like, not basically worthless. I know you did something that is literally, like, kind of only works if I don't have any fear and primarily accomplishes you being able to escape. And I know that you only did that because you were pretty confident you would be able to escape, because I've only been making GM moves with fear so far. But nah, you gotta stay. It was crazy, man. I was flabbergasted. My gast was officially flabbered. Yeah. And so it's like I don't know if Daggerheart is accepting errata suggestions. But like, I would legitimately errata that if I could snap my fingers. There are so many things in Daggerheart. Like, we were talking about group roles earlier. I wouldn't errata group roles if I could snap my fingers and do it. I truly don't feel that confident in my opinions regarding group roles that I would be like, absolutely, we should change them. Rah! Like, I don't feel confident enough in my opinion. I don't feel confident enough in my opinion of anything except that fear needs to stay. This is the first one where I'm like, if I could snap my fingers, I would feel confident in making this an errata. Yeah. With how deadly that battle was, I'd probably let them run. The only other thing I'd consider is giving the players a head start and then chasing, because the drones got to know what direction. Well, and that was what was truly, again, like kind of mind-boggling to me. And I think I talked about this right before you got here, Daniel, is like, I said, this seems like the pertinent rule here. This is before I had realized this was like allowed raw, right? Moving far or moving as your primary action, which is the thing you would be doing if you're running away, right? If you're not already making an action roll, or if you want to move farther than your close range, you'll need to succeed on an agility roll. So, like, they're still in combat. They're still in danger. It's not only justifiable, but explicitly called out in like the rules text for moving this sort of situation. And it says, on a failure, you might only be able to move some distances, or the adversaries might act before you can make it. The perfect, like, call out justification for how an enemy could cut off your retreat. It would be if you failed the agility roll. Or if you made the agility roll with fear, then now you have a fear and you can wake up Mother. Like, I'll be real. I think that Matt could have easily prevented them from running here. Like, truly easily done it here. Because it is only if you're not already making an action roll. So you either have to make an action roll, in which case you get that like close range movement for free. If you're not making an action roll, the only thing you're doing is moving, you have to make an agility roll no matter what. So they had to roll there. It's not even like they could cheese it, you know? It's like they had to make a roll there that would have given Matt an opportunity to block their exit. And it would have been radically more justified in the moment because they would have moved somewhere, so the drone would have been able to see where they were moving. And from the perspective of me talking about Matt doing this, I want to make it clear. I think this is easily a singular mistake, probably fueled by playing a lot of betas where the way that GMs acted has radically changed, and not only like radically changed across the beta, but specifically from the most recent beta to full release. And given how recently they released Daggerheart, given how closely they released Daggerheart and Age of Umbra, I think it's very plausible that they filmed all of Daggerheart all of Age of Umbra before Daggerheart full release was even out. So they were filming this before the general public even knew that the action tracker was gone. So in terms of like a critique on Matt, take it very soft. Take it with a huge pinch of salt. I don't think that Matt did something fucking horrible and terrible, unforgivable, whatever. But what he did made me realize that I really think that section of the rule book needs to be changed. Like, needs to be changed. Again, not Matt's fault. I understand everything of how they got there, but I think that needs to be changed. Or at the very least, I'm going to recommend to everyone that I ever interact with regarding Daggerheart that they ignore that section. Like, if I am talking with someone that's trying to learn how to GM Daggerheart, I'm going to be like, don't worry about that. So yeah, that is very, very, very much not my jam. Yeah. Yeah. Group roles are fine. They're a little fiddly for how little they accomplish. I agree. If you rewatch the beginning of the stream, you'll see pretty broad agreement there. Yeah. I'm guessing that's similar to their viewpoint since we drift so often. Yeah. Side effect of movement rules, they don't make in-universe sense. Sometimes it's safer to saunter than run because sauntering can't generate a fear GM move. Is that a beta thing? Oh, wait, they closed that. Okay, you roll for moving without unaccompanied action. That's the entire point you're making. I think that used to be a hole. I think you're right, Daniel. I do kind of remember that from the beta. I think you're correct. I think that used to be a hole. Because I kind of remember that from running Sablewood Messengers. But yeah, they've closed the hole. Which, you know, for me was like even more evidence at this point that, oh man, like this is just something that Matt can't do. They've just, you know, they thought about it. I don't know. Actually, no, that wasn't true in 1.2, the first public beta. It was worded less clearly, and I think I misunderstood it back in the day. I remember several things in the betas that we looked at on stream that were weirdly worded. And I remember several of the, like, reviewing the rules streams where we looked at a rule, and I was like, does it mean this? Or does it mean that other does it mean this other thing? I can't tell. And I almost never have that in the new rules, which is a huge compliment to them. And honestly, I don't really have that with this rule either. It's actually not ambiguous to me. It just seems like nonsense. So yeah. They do say you can only freely move if you're also doing an action. Got it. 1.2 had weird wording. 1.3 was already worded pretty much identically to release. There you go. Yeah. So yeah, that was I was like, holy hell, I hope that they update this. And as a positive kind of end cap to this, I'll show a moment that I thought was fucking awesome in terms of the fear system. And I implanted it within this talking point because I was like, I'm going insane, because it was such a great example of like how fear can be used and the dynamic that it sets up. And if you and a lot of my thesis in this is like, if GM moves are not triggered by something very consistent, it undercuts the fear system, and I think the fear system is the best part of Daggerheart. That is becoming progressively my like core opinion about Daggerheart, is that Daggerheart's fear system for the GM is one of the best things I've seen in TTRPGs, period. And a great example is at 02-25-15. 25-15. It's right here. So this is right around their downtime. They open the box that has the long like staff in it and the tongue, and then the tongue is running away and they're trying to catch it. And Travis says, I'll spend a hope, and he's spending a hope to give himself advantage. So that's the
Gotcha, you scoundrel!
All right, I'm going to spend a fear to give you disadvantage on that.
Oh, so I lose the help that he gave me?
What? You
So
can
he
do
gave me
that?
He's spending a fear to give you disadvantage on that. Now, I actually didn't go and check if that's listed in the example GM moves. I should actually check that. How the world reacts, make an NPC, signal an imminent off-screen threat, mark a stress, clear a temporary environment, shift the environment, capture someone or something important, use a PC backstory against them, take away an opportunity permanently. That is not even listed in the example of GM moves. Awesome. Fucking sick. That's great. Like, I am fully in support of GMs being able to just make up a GM move that feels broadly in line with the rest of the example GM moves. In this case, spotlighting an adversary or making a PC mark a stress. Yeah, giving disadvantage feels roughly in line with that. Sure, why not? But he had to spend a fear. And you even hear Marisha say, oh, you can do that? But I would argue, and this is speculation, but they look into it. Like, this looks like, to me, fun surprise of him giving disadvantage here.
Also, you noticed Sarah had. All right,
You
So
can
he
do
gave me
that?
6 and you took
I can do all kinds of weird shit with my fear.
I can do all sorts of weird shit with my fear. And then Travis makes the millennial ass quote.
What? You
So
can
he
do
gave me
that?
6 and you took
I can do all kinds of weird shit with my.
I see your
big
Schwartz
as-
is as big as mine. Spaceballs quote. But I thought that quote was incredible for displaying why I love fear so much. So much. It gives the GM an amazing amount of wiggle room to do things that are good or fun for the story, but are, frankly, a bit rude. And I use rude in the more lighthearted sense of the word. Like, oh, how rude. That sort of thing. Like, if the GM at a D&D table were to just say, no advantage for you, like, picture that. You're at a D&D table and someone gives you like the help action, or even in this case spends a resource to give you advantage, like maybe gives you bless or something, right? Gives you that extra die. And then the GM just says, no. The GM just says, fuck you. You can't have that. That'd be ludicrous. That'd be ridiculous. And you can see everyone's reactions. They're like, what? Whoa. And then Travers utters the line, I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. He, like, yes, it's a joke about giving advantage and then giving disadvantage, you know, the 6 and the 6. But also, it is this fundamental thing of the GM has a Schwartz. Right? In D&D, the GM doesn't. The GM is all-powerful God. They don't have a Schwartz. They are not comparable in any way. Fear accomplishes a task that I find rather impossible to accomplish otherwise. It makes the GM feel like they are on equal footing to the players. They're not, to be very clear. They aren't. But it makes it feel like they are. I truly think it doesn't matter what you do with the fear. You can do anything you want. The most batshit insane things that I would never recommend any D&D DM. But as long as you tie it to fear, it becomes okay. As long as the fear feels reasonable. Because let's be honest, players love doing insane things to the DM. Like, it's one of the tentpole fun things about playing. It's the fun thing that is so fun that it spawns problem behaviors, like not talking to the GM about plans because you want to surprise them and wreck their plans. But that wouldn't be so fun if you as a player could just do it whenever, right? If you didn't need to, like, spend spell slots or gold or anything, like, or you just didn't have to be clever. You just could snap your fingers. I'm the genie class. I can make a wish whenever I want with no consequences. And then you use that wish to wreck the GM's plans. Would that be fun? No, that wouldn't be fun. Because it didn't cost a resource. It wasn't, any problem. There's no downside. The core of fucking with the GM being fun is that the players are constrained to the rules of the game. And most importantly, they are constrained by their resources. They have a limited amount of resources with which to enact their kooky ideas, which applies the constraints on the ideas that make them enjoyable to enact in the first place. Like, this is no shade on LARPing, but I think this is why, ultimately, TTRPGs are a more popular medium than LARP, even though they're pretty similar. Like, people really enjoy kind of bucking against their constraints. They like having constraints placed on them and then seeing how much they can get away with within those constraints. It's also why people will constantly argue for or want or just frankly be attracted to more crunchy games, more rules-heavy games. Like, people like those things because they like seeing what they can do under the constraints of the rules. Like, accomplishing these great feats within the bounds of the game is like a core part of the fun, right? In a cooperative game like this. Because it's not a competitive game, right? A competitive game, you're trying to best the other person. It's a competition. We're not doing that in TTRPGs. It's cooperative. So the real fun is seeing what you can accomplish. And that only works if you have constraints. It would be no fun if you could do whatever you want with absolutely no price to pay. And that's the situation a D&D DM is in. Always. A D&D DM is always LARPing. There are no constraints on the DM. There isn't even a facade of constraints. There isn't even, the DM's guide gives some really loose recommendations for, like, XP per long rest. Like, if you add it up and you can apply the modifiers from Xanathars with, like, so that you can get, like, the adversary count modifiers. Like, there's some weird, broad guidance constraints on a D&D DM, but they are not. I don't want to say they're not followed. I'm sure that there are DMs out there that follow them, but I think they are rarely followed. There are no real resources for them to spend, so they always can fuck with the players or be kooky and weird and mess with them. There's no cost to the DM for doing so, like there's for the players. But in Daggerheart, there can be. Even if you keep the actions that a GM can take unrestrained, unlike the players. And like I want to keep that in mind when I'm talking about the GM being constrained. Put heavy air quotes around constrained. Very heavy. Because again, I support them saying you can do whatever the fuck you want as a GM move. Like, here's some examples, but go nuts. But them having what am I saying? I entirely lost my train of thought. I was going to the rules to bring up something regarding making moves, but it completely left my brain. Whatever. All right. Yeah. So yeah, I mean that is the thing is if you are constraining your timing to your resources, but you're still allowing yourself to do whatever you want. I think it will feel like you are constrained to the players. That's what I was gonna say. That the GM can take unconstrained, unlike the players. That's right, because there's a specific bit of rules text that talks about how players are constrained. Right here, making moves. Just like the players have moves they can make during the game, you also have GM moves, bold, that change the story in response to their actions. Unlike the PCs, you aren't bound by specific spells you can cast or certain effects you can do. When you make the GM moves, you are acting to shape and facilitate the story, whatever that requires. I fucking agree. When you begin a GM move, you are starting your GM turn. When you are done making your GM move or moves and play passes back to the PCs, your GM turn is over. 100%. I think this is a great description of GM moves. I think this is exactly how, this makes perfect sense. And then I think it's really, really, it's a really good decision to go here. So it's this ebb and flow of opposition and cooperation facilitates dynamic gameplay and offers opportunities to surprise. If moves are your chance to make things happen, what should you do? And it talks about example GM moves, but these decisions are hard to make in a vacuum. The best tool you have at your disposal is listening to your players as they add to the narrative, then weaving your moves into theirs. And then it immediately goes into when to make a move. Great decision. All of these, everything above this header, incredible. I agree with all of it. Because the GM needs to be unconstrained in some senses. But utilizing fear, or just utilizing these GM turn triggers or GM move triggers, whatever we want to call them, utilizing these to dictate when moves are made. Again, these are very broad. The example of gives you a golden opportunity is actually pretty metagamey. I'll be real with you. If the PCs are hiding from a group of thieves while discussing the bandit leader's plans, a PC might say with dramatic irony, but surely they won't look in the eaves of every barn in the district. In response, you might describe the barn door noisily swinging open as a bandit steps inside, a lit torch and a sword in one hand as they peer into the rafters. That's pretty damn metagamey. So, but I agree with it being the example under golden opportunity. That is, and they highlight that they're saying it with dramatic irony. It's a realistic thing that could happen. And it is very much, I think, fitting within this category of golden opportunity. And I think whether or not this example works at your table will be entirely dependent on what your players consider a golden opportunity. And this is, one of the things that I talked through in that example from Age of Umbra 5 is like, look, Matt might have justified that. They might have had a conversation around the table, and Matt might have qualified that as a golden opportunity. Like, that's a discussion you could have. That's a stance you could take. I would disagree with it if I was playing at the table, but I think it's a stance you could reasonably take. But that still, supports my position of constraining the triggers to these category of things and spending out fear. Those are the 6 things I would say could get you a GM move. Is you can spend a fear for a GM move, or any of these things get you one for free. And that's when you make them. So sorry, it's not even that they get you a GM move. A GM move isn't gotten. It is just like timed, which is strange. But yeah, it's a... So all of that is to say, I still want GMs to be unconstrained. I want them to have the GM power that they need to accomplish the story and their goals. But the fact that they have a resource tied to wacky bullshit puts them on the same metaphorical level. It means that when they mess with the players, like Matt taking away the advantage to make them less likely to catch the tongue, it feels much better because they are wasting a resource to fuck with them. The GM is wasting a resource to fuck with the players. They're not just doing it for free as a laugh. I think that's really fucking good. I think that's really, really good. And I hate to say it, but the more that I look into it, the more I love it. I said, I was going a little crazy towards the end. I said, I'm becoming more and more radicalized on the idea that hope and fear are the core features of Daggerheart, and every other mechanic should only exist in support to and subservience of them. And I'll defend that position. Every mechanic that exists in Daggerheart should only exist to serve hope and fear. I want to establish a mechanical monarchy in Daggerheart. Are they not already the core feature? No, they are. No, they are. But that's why this concept of the free GM move bothers me so substantially, because it is not. It is not a mechanic that would support or serve hope and fear. I think it would directly subvert it. And that's why I don't like it. Yeah. Oh man. I haven't read it in a while. I do consider hope the core feature and fear a tad under, but very close. I'm probably slightly the opposite, but also I don't have as much experience playing, so I could see hope being the core one, yeah. You're making me realize that 99% of the time when I use a fear to interrupt the players, it's the sort of thing that could be an environment trigger. I just rarely explicitly write those out. I just wing them. I mean, that's fair. I think that's totally fair. If you want to wing them. But it's a big, like we're talking about with, I would support GMs making up triggers, because that's essentially what you do when you develop an environmental action. A lot of times, or an environmental stat block, there are passives that have like these custom triggers. Like, GMs can absolutely feel free to make up triggers that make sense, or even improv them in the moment. But I do think it should be seen as winging it and not the baseline behavior. The elephant in the room is that a single fear is wildly variable in value. Spending fear to give disadvantage is way less than spawning a whole ass enemy. It's true. It is wildly variable, yeah. And I think that how wildly fear varies will end up being a tone-defining thing. And I think it's something that, like, tables might have to talk out. Like, I think it would be very reasonable for me as the GM, I spend a fear to give disadvantage, and then later in the session, I use a fear to spawn an enemy. If a player came to me afterwards and was like, hey, that felt pretty different. Like, one fear to spawn an enemy and one fear to give disadvantage. Like, those are very different. It feels like the enemy should cost more than the disadvantage. And I might say, okay, yeah, maybe. Like, I might just agree and be like, yeah, next time I use that sort of mechanic, I'll have it spawn, or I'll have it cost 2 fear. Or maybe I'll say, I think 1 fear is fair for the spawning the enemy. Yeah, I'm overpaying a little bit for the disadvantage, but I'm cool with overpaying for that. Because I just wanted to do it, but I didn't want to do it for free. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, I'm sure that, like, hope is not totally consistent in terms of its value. But I think that is like a very active conversation that I think can and very likely will be had at a lot of tables. Yeah. Which is why fear costing isn't actually about balance. Absolutely. I agree. It's about the feel of balance. And it is about, and it's even like, this isn't even speculation. Like, I read through a lot of the fucking GM mechanics when I was going crazy about this shit. Also, they do also reference Golden Rule here, so I will say that. We encourage you to embrace the parts of this chapter that resonate with you and modify portions that don't. So I'll say that. They encourage the modification. I think that's good. I think reminders of the Golden Rule are really good. I'm glad that that's there. It doesn't modify my opinion that pitching it as the rule of thumb is ludicrous. Because I think that pitching it as the rule of thumb, to me, when I'm reading it, implies that, like, oh, I should care about that more. Like, that is more endemic to the core design. So if I remember back to the Golden Rule, and then I'm new and I'm reading the GM moves and when to make them, I'm thinking, okay, so I should just make them whenever. You know, they're giving some recommendations, but they're staying pretty loose on the recommendations of when to trigger it. So I should just kind of find my own feel. I shouldn't worry too much about, like, when adversaries can move, and, like, I should just kind of move them whenever it feels right. Maybe sometimes in reaction to their roles, maybe sometimes not. Like, taking this and what is said in the when to make a move section, that's how I would interpret it, which I think is the problem. But it's a small problem. It's tiny. But it got me thinking a lot about the game and, like, why this bugged me so much. It's not even that it's that big of an issue. It is really, like, the thought train that it sent me down in terms of all of this. What did I come here to do? Begin and end with the action. Ask questions. Oh no. GM best practices. Oh no, what were we just talking about? Oh yeah, fear isn't actually about balance. It's in where they talk about fear. Gaining fear. When you start tracking fear, spending fear. This supports what I think Daniel just said. Absolutely. Whenever you spend fear, describe how the fate changes, what interrupts or counters the PCs, how does the adversary prepare, etc., etc. As with any GM move, spending fear shouldn't undermine the player's fun. Fear is a tool for you to enhance the scene, create dramatic tension, raise the stake, not to shut down a PC's heroic actions. Matt. A little shutty down there. But the thing that... here it is. Here it is. How much fear should I spend? Which I didn't know that they had an amount of fear to spend guide. I love fear. I love fear. This is a great chart to have. I love this. Like, there's so much amazing guidance on when to use fear, how to use fear, like what the game is designed around. In the example scene, a travel sequence, a minor skirmish that incorporates new foes. That's a minor type of scene, 1 to 3 fear. That's incredible guidance. Given that fear is so baked in to the, like, we've talked about it as like an auto balancing feature. This is incredible guidance for a new GM. Impeccable. But right here you can see the GM adjusts the stakes by increasing or decreasing the amount of fear they spend in a scene. More fear to heighten the tension, fewer fear to ease off. You might surprise the PCs by spending fear to add twist to a scene to keep the players on their toes, turning what the PCs thought was an incidental or minor scene into one with major stakes. You might spend a few fear at the beginning of the scene to establish the danger of a story beat and force the PCs to dig deep and overcome it, then either spend additional fear as you gain it or store it for a future scene. I mean, when we have talked about like fear as a balancing lever and like as a way for GMs to essentially fudge and like dynamically modify the difficulty of a scene, they just come right out and say that that's exactly what it's for. Like, fear, the spending fear is a balancing lever. The amount that you spend is a balancing lever, and the cost is exactly the same. The cost is the same. So, like, I will be basing my costs on the provided, things. Like, in my head, I am always going to base how much is a fear worth. I'm always going to base that on it gives you an additional spotlight. If the GM gets a move, let's say from rolling with failure, that move was free, and then they can spend a fear to do an extra move. That's like the baseline value of a fear in my head. Now, even that is wildly variable, of course, but that's what I'm thinking about in terms of like fear costs. But how much fear costs, how often you're using it, like all of these things are such a good and natural way to adjust the stakes, exactly like they're talking about. And telling, a new GM, do whatever you want whenever you want, it is just leaving all this good shit on the table. Like this isn't I don't want to just continue talking about how much I love it, but this is an amazing system. I think they should be incredibly proud of it. It's like one of the cleanest ways I've ever seen to really easily allow a GM to balance scenes in a satisfying way while simultaneously allowing the players to directly interact with the concept of stored difficulty. With them to be clever, for them to display in fiction representations of exploiting moments of weakness. I I don't know if I've gone to it. Oh, yeah. I had a whole thing about fear versus legendary resistance. Because fear's the best fucking mechanic ever. I'm sorry, I'll stop cursing. I know some people watch with their kids. But I can't contain myself. At 4633, fear is legendary resistance. This is when this is when he puts Mother to sleep. And I saw Taliesin or August put Mother to sleep, and then Sam says out loud, Matt has no fear. And I go, oh my God, fear's legendary resistance. This situation of Matt can't wake up Mother because he has no fear, that is exactly the situation that I think of when people reference, or this is the exactly what I think people are referencing when they talk about legendary resistance positively. The strategy of getting through an enemy's LR and then hitting them with the big guns. Fear can do the same thing. Tal took a chance on this sleep because, at least in part, he knew that Matt wouldn't be able to wake the queen as long as he rolled success with hope. But, in my opinion, this is so much better than LR because it's not just burn through it when they're done. If any of the players / characters do anything, they have a chance of giving Matt fear and allowing him to wake up the queen. In this analogy, LR regenerates, but it's also needed for other things. And I said that might sound like LR, but worse. However, I love it compared to LR because now it's not just a discussion of burning through their defense in some strange, like, I akin it to like the Halo shield, like the Master Chief, like overshield sort of thing. Because that's what it feels like to me. It's just a but instead of that, it's a discussion of sapping their overall energy, right? Keeping them down. Even if Matt does spend a fear here, that's a fear he can't use for a special attack or an environmental action. I could have added in spotlighting another adversary, stealing a turn. This sleep is useful on success no matter what, because it is sapping the GM's fear reserves now or in the future. This, to me, feels like what LR is trying to get at, but ultimately fails at, in my opinion. I love fear. It's incredible. And when you can use fear to model something like legendary resistance, you can't then turn around and say, never mind, I didn't need it anyways. I can act without it. So yeah, it's I think that is why, like, this ultimately really is not that big a deal. I keep referencing the new GM. That's, they're trying to learn Daggerheart and it's so confusing. Keep referencing that person. I do think it's confusing. But it's not that confusing. And if they watch something like Age of Umbra, which is how so many people learn how to GM nowadays, they watch someone else do it, I think very few people are going to naturally interpret the rules. Like, or I should say, experienced GMs. I don't think experienced GMs are going to interpret the rules that way. I think we saw that with Daniel. I think I've read them and never interpreted them that way until I saw this scene. So I don't think it'll be common, maybe. But I think the reason, honestly, that it tips me off so much, that it bothers me so much, is because it feels like it is taking all the good shit that that fear does and just saying, ignore it. And the moment you start ignoring fear and stop using it, the whole thing falls apart. The moment that you don't have to use fear to do things, to trigger things, the moment I think, like, all of the good facade that it sets up. I often talk about, like, the magic trick in D&D. Fear is, how do I say fear? fear is like a set. How do I say it? Fear's kind of like if you were a magician, not a real magician. You can't do real magic. And you go into an ancient tomb, Indiana Jones style, and you pull out a magic wand that is actually real magic. And then you use that to enact your tricks. Like, fear is maybe the best magic trick tool I've ever seen. At like conveying depth and challenge and narrative variability and allowing GMs to try weird and wacky things, but be able to easily balance those weird and wacky things via fear, right? All of these things, they're like the magic wand. It's like Doctor Strange just got fucking with the sling ring. His sorcery's weak ass without that. So yeah, I love it. I love it. It's about the feeling and very loose guide. I found it easier to feel how hard I was going by watching my fear where I might lose track in 5e. Yes! Fear makes it feel more like I'm playing a game rather than just saying shit, and I do like to play. Absolutely. And I don't even like to play that much. We've talked before about how, like, I'm a forever DM by choice. I'm like, I enjoy playing just fine, but I love GMing. And this, to me, brings, like, you know, not all of the positives, but so many of the positives of playing to GMing, and still retains so much of not even so much, I would say almost all of the positives of GMing. In fact, it allows me to feel more comfortable GMing, truly. Like, even when I was using the weird action tracker bullshit, I was like, this is harder. Like, if you see me talk about it after I run Sablewood Messengers, I talk about, like, oh yeah, this shit, that was harder. But also, I think once I get used to it, I think it'll be great. And I still agree. Because it gives you that sense of what you're doing. Yeah. Oh, absolutely, about the LARP thing? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man, I'm so far back in the comments. God damn. But because there's a resource, we run into what causes conversation. When the GM is out of fear, they should still be able to change the environment and be a GM. And I agree. And that is why, like, I truly don't feel like the timing is that restrictive. And one of the reasons that I feel that way is that I debated it. Like, I was really like, oh man, is this restrictive? Like, I thought long and hard about whether or not it was restrictive, and I decided that, at least from my perspective, no, I don't think so. Because the GM regains fear on downtime. And I said this is related to free GM moves, so I was talking about it in this the risk of an action roll section. The probability that you roll with fear or failure is much higher. Even with crits taken out, it's 33 plus 33 plus 33 over 144 times 100, 68.75%. So this is whenever they do something that needs an action roll, there's a 2/3 chance that the GM gets auto spotlighted. No fear required. And they can just make a GM move. 2/3 chance. That's pretty good. And I think you still have, and I would still advocate for keeping these 3 sort of outside of that realm triggers. Like, if they look to you for what happens next, absolutely, you should be able to GM, change the environment, whatever. If they do something that would have consequences, but they didn't make an action roll, absolutely, be a GM, change the environment. This golden opportunity, honestly, I kind of feel like this is the catch-all for everything else. Like, not if there's something where I would have to make a quote-unquote GM move, and it doesn't fall into one of these 4 categories, I don't know what it would fall into. I mean, even if I'm trying to think of like alternatives. I guess it's like if they walk into a house, I guess you could say that doesn't have consequences in like the negative repercussion sort of sense, but a consequence doesn't inherently have to be negative. If you could easily say that walking into the house was something that wouldn't require an action roll, but it is them doing something that would have a consequence, which the consequence in this case is them seeing the inside of the house. And that's where we get into, I think that the GM moves need to be justified. If the players feel that the consequence that you give them is not in line with what they did, like I would say in this case, that the party shouting run, and then before they even moved, the drones repositioning to immediately to block all exits. That could be argued to be doing something that might have consequences. They might hear you and they might move to block you. But especially the way that it went down, like if Matt had heard August say run, and then said, the buzzer keeper or the hive collectors react in like what seems to be panic and frantically move to try and block your escape. If he said that immediately and then just moved them, honestly, that could justify this. Like I would have watched that and been like, okay, Matt, but okay, that's fine. I guess you can do that. That's probably how I would have reacted, but I wouldn't have gone on this whole kind of spree probably, because that has to that action and consequence have to feel fully linked. Yeah. XP to level 3 did a series of videos where they play systems and or modules strictly as written, no GM fiats allowed, and seeing how they work. It was interesting. That would be interesting. Honestly, my content creator brain is like, which take this with a massive grain of salt. Obviously, he's way bigger than me. But my content creator brain is initially like, sounds boring. Like, or not boring. It sounds like a lot of work for probably like not very many conclusions. Like, I have to imagine that most systems have some stuff that people fiat, but not that many. But the fact that it came out, like, I have to imagine that he had this idea and then like kind of went and checked a system or two before making the videos, and are like, okay, like how interesting would this be? That is intriguing, because yeah, my initial reaction is like, that would not make good content, but the fact that it exists kind of implies that it did. So yeah, I might have to check that out. Oh yeah. I'm not going to let my lack of fear handcuff me into a boring game. Yeah. I would consider it sus if I needed to do so, and would try to analyze the game after how I got there. It should never be plan A, but it is 100% necessary to have plan B. Sure. I mean, I think, honestly, and this is something where, like, I might get into it, and, you know, maybe this 2/3 chance sounds nice right now, but I get into it and I don't like it in the actual course of play. I don't feel like it's often enough. But, I mean, you guys heard me talking during Critical Eyes about the whole if players say their plans out loud, you know, can you really expect a GM not to react to that? And I said, yes, I do. So honestly, in my head, if I run out of fear, and again, this might be naive, I'll have to play out the games and see how I feel. But so far, I look at this and I'm like, if I run out of fear, that's my fault. Especially when Mother has a move that generates fear. That's the craziest part, is that on a successful hit, Mother just generates an extra fear. So, like, Matt was only out of fear because he was burning it like a banshee. Like, and I know that there are absolutely, you know, scenarios. I don't want to, like, straw man this and say that, like, the scenario that we witnessed with the Mother fight is, you know, the only type of scenario where you could run out of fear. I think you could very easily run out of fear in other scenarios. Absolutely. But Matt, in this scenario, ran out of fear on purpose. Like, he did not have... There was no reason that he shouldn't have had one fear in the bank. Like, just take a turn not doing the, like, sweeping scythe blade attack. And just, like, stockpile, like, one fear. And then get to 2. And then you can, like, bounce up and down between 1 and 2 rather than 0 and 1. Like, just keep 1 in the bank. Unless you want to display that you're out. But, like, Matt was hanging out at 0 for so much of that combat that it doesn't really feel like running. It doesn't feel like he was pushed into a scenario where it's like, no, I have no fear and now I can't do anything interesting. Which, again, I don't want to straw man it and make it sound like that's what you guys were saying. But I have not seen a scenario yet in Age of Umbra where it feels like Matt's low on fear and thereby cannot provide something interesting to the players. You get fear often enough, in my opinion. You get fear often enough that I think if you run out, it's kind of on you. I mean, maybe that's, you know, that's again, I have to play it and see if that's actually the case. But I kind of have the same gut instincts and reactions as I did to the, like, if players say their plans out loud, are you really not going to have adversaries like change because of that? And I said, yes, I would not. And I feel similarly about this. It's like, if I'm out of fear, I'm out of fear. I'm out of fear. And my players get to act as though I'm out of fear. And that is their reward for surviving as I go out of fear. And, like, this is even more, I think, kind of relevant, given that something I noticed this session that I haven't noticed in any of the other sessions is that the GM gets fear on downtime equal to 1 plus the number of NPCs. Or, sorry, of PCs. So on a rest, like, Matt's getting a lot of fear. And that's good because, you know, they're getting in totality more hope, right? Or, you know, more stress or what have you. They've got more resources being a larger party, so the GM should have more resources as well. But it's like you should have enough fear to ration it. It at least seems to me. I might feel differently once I'm actually in play. Yeah. The example, I'm assuming the golden opportunity example earlier. That example is metagaming, but depending on the mood of the table, I'd accept it for a slapsticky game. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think golden opportunity and consequences even. Like, what qualifies as a consequence for actions? What qualifies as a golden opportunity? I think that's totally table dependent. And I keep saying 95% of scenarios because I want to leave myself some wiggle room. But if we're talking about my true feelings, feels to me like those two things are dependent on table preferences. And taking that into account, those 5 triggers represent every scenario in which GMs should make a GM move. Plus spending fear to do it. If we're talking about how I feel, feels like that should cover 100%. But I want to say 95, 99 to like leave it open because there's probably something I'm not thinking about or there's an exception. But, yeah. Like Feeble Mind, Raishan was out of LR. Yes. We did it. We can go home. Mega finally has an alternative to LR. Yeah. God, I wish I could implement fear in D&D. I might try, man. At this point, I might fucking try. Because, but I really don't know how I could do it. I truly think it's impossible. But man, oh man, might I try. Because it just solves so many of my problems with D&D. Just so many. The reason XP to level 3 thing was interesting is he ran things that definitely didn't work super well, like Tomb of Horrors, and he did a bit of analyzing as to why and had interviews with his players. That would be interesting. That is interesting now, yeah, to not only run, I guess you said modules as well. You said modules, not just, systems. Because, yeah, I mean, like, I've removed so much from Saltmarsh. There's so much shit in Saltmarsh that are just random bullshit encounters that don't do anything but suck up time and PC resources. Like, that's why they're there, is to suck up PC resources. That's it. That is the reason. Fucking prove me wrong. Go read The Haunted House, Chapter 1 of Ghosts of Saltmarsh, and tell me that every combat above the basement floor is not purely there to soak up PC resources. Say that to me with a straight face. You can't. I don't think you can. So yeah, I mean, there's so much that is in modules that would not be good, rules as written. So that would be interesting. And I can imagine with Tomb of Horrors. Anyways, that's kind of it. I think, there was a tiny bit of other stuff in like free actions that I think I didn't talk about, but not going to. Yeah. I think that's all. That's all I wanted to kind of chat about. Like I said at the beginning, very low plot session. And I talked about Screeve, but that was really the only like big like player thing I wanted to talk about. So yeah, I think I'll leave it there. Ideally, this will not be the format next time. However, I want to try to avoid getting behind if I can. And so I'm changing some stuff in the back end to try to make it less likely that I will fail, to like stay current and up to date. But also, if I do get behind, I might do another one like this where I don't do the whole presentation thing. I like the presentation, but it takes me... I mean, now you guys have seen what my notes kind of look like. And honestly, even these were a little bit more organized because I knew that I was going to be showing them on stream. So I took a little bit of time to organize them. But it takes time to like port all of this information into the presentation and do the animations, and just takes a decent amount of time. And the more, kind of time it takes, the more it might run into other things, which then have like kind of a domino thing. I've realized I have too many series that I'm doing. I really realized that over the 4th of July area. I can't do 3. I can't do technically 4 because I still say I'm going to come back to Pathologic, and I still do want to. But it's impossible to. It's not impossible. People do it. I can't. I've realized. I can't do Critical Eyes and Age of Umbra and Fantasy High all at the same time and not break expectations. Because with how long everything takes, I can theoretically do it. But if anything takes a little bit longer, or I have a personal thing, or just anything goes even slightly over, it delays that thing, which delays the other thing, which has this whole domino of delays. And then I end up prioritizing, one over the other. And unfortunately, Fantasy High enjoyers have noticed that I have prioritized Fantasy High the least. I've been prioritizing Critical Eyes and Age of Umbra over that. But you can even see, I'm prioritizing Critical Eyes over Age of Umbra. In some cases, at least. So, I don't know. I think I'm going to think about this a little bit more and put out like a bespoke video on it. But I think Fantasy High is probably going on hiatus. I want to finish it. But I think what I'm probably going to end up doing is just recording the entire thing. Like recording all of the videos, editing all of the videos. It sucks because the thing that I love is talking to people, not in the comments. I love talking to people. I love reacting to things, and like making them as I release them allowed me to see the comments and talk about that in the next recording. But I don't think it's possible. So I'm just going to record the whole thing and then just like put it out. And then I obviously don't know what Critical Role is going to do next, but if they do another frame like AOU, I probably won't do it. I'll probably watch it and then like, if there's something I want to talk about within it, like this GM move thing, maybe I'll go live and like talk about that specific thing, but I don't know if I can do like a keeping current episode breakdown thing. Because I've even been thinking about like comparing it to other streamers, and it's like most streamers just don't do series like this, like episodic sort of things. If they do a quote unquote series, it's like streaming until I beat Elden Ring, or like, I'm playing Elden Ring until I beat it, and then they just go live whenever they want and just play Elden Ring. Or they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna watch this TV show on stream. Lord knows that was a meta on Twitch for a while. But it was, that was like broadly kind of just like, whenever I'm tired, slop content, Oh, we'll put on House. It's like your teacher putting on a movie in school or putting on a video when they're hungover. That's what most Like, oh, we'll watch like House MD or like I watch a streamer H-Rock that like watched like one episode per season of Shark Tank. And you know, Critical Eyes is very different than that sort of thing. And because it's like, you know, some people want to be at certain episodes. Like I know people have said they've like taken off work for it. It's like I have to schedule them out. I absolutely have to. I can't do it just like whenever I want, like most of that Twitch meta. And so it really limits my flexibility that is more of a common sort of trait of streaming. At least from the creator perspective. And then if I have other series, it just exacerbates that even more. Like right now, if I want to do any back-end projects, I have to do them on like Tuesday, Thursday, or on the weekend. And that's, you know, assuming I don't have anything else that day. Like any other work that I'm putting in for the channel, collaborations, anything like that. And this isn't, I feel like this is sounding complainy. It's not. This is not a bad job. I'm not trying to like complain about the job. But I'm more trying to say I want to do good stuff and I want to meet everyone's expectations. I don't want to be constantly breaking expectations, and especially with like Fantasy High. I talked about like memberships and like, oh, we'll do the extended cut on the memberships, and then people signed up, and then I only released like one more episode, and so that feels like scummy. I don't want to do that. Not even feels, just kind of is. Like I know I didn't have bad intentions, but I mean, what happened is not great. I don't like the way that it went down. So, gotta change something. I will, if I had to guess, I think after Age of Umbra, I'm gonna go to only Critical Eyes scheduled. Everything else will be, I'll go live whenever and just do it. So, we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully, I mean, hopefully should be better. Like I'm only looking to make improvements. I'm not, and like, especially on things that like I can reasonably do and like reasonably meet expectations on. So yeah, like I said, I'll probably make a bespoke video about it. But I don't know. I'm on stream and sometimes I just yap. Low plot episode plus a week break made it hard to get into episode 6 for me. I know the basics, but still haven't seen most of the episode. At least that there aren't that many more AOU. Yeah, there aren't that many more. And I think long term I want to keep it to 2 series, with one of them being like AOU length. So even if I do get behind on the second series or something, it's much more limited than even something like Fantasy High. But it's like if I was doing Fantasy High and like wanted to continue putting those out regularly, I just shouldn't have started AOU. I just gotta hold that. I think I can handle about 2 series at a time while still doing all the other stuff with the channel. So yeah. Anyways, long, I don't know, explanation aside. That's about it. And today's Sunday. So I'll see everyone tomorrow for Critical Eyes. We're going to be starting the giant episode. It's like several, I think it's the longest Critical Role episode yet in Vox Machina. So we're going to be starting that tomorrow. We're going to split it into 3 parts. So part 1 Monday, part 2 Friday, part 3 the next Monday. And that's the plan. And then the plan is to do Age of Umbra on Wednesday. Now that we're caught up. You could say it's a Leviathan of an episode. I think you could indeed say that. Yeah. So, anyways, like I said, I'll leave it there, and I will talk to everyone later. See ya. Bye.